Mm. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, come on now. Ooh. 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 Mm. Mm. How come? Mm. Mm. It's very weird. Okay, so I got to put the slider all the way up for it to pick up on the desktop. Okay. Okay. Think it should be heard now. Okay. So, howdy y'all. Welcome back. We will continue to play Our Life Beginners and Always right now. Oh, let me turn that off so I don't hear myself talk back as I'm streaming. Okay. So we'll be playing more of Our Life Beginners and Always. So last time we left off, having met the lovely boy Cove Holden after his father tried to kind of bribe us to befriend his child, but we found him. We made friends, and now we've been hanging out this summer. We spent a few days with him, but we didn't finish the summer, so we're gonna finish the summer this time, and we might start the next summer, depending on how time permits. So let's load the file, and this one's later, yes, okay. So we got long day, sandcastle, fireflies, library, ghost, barbecue, runaway, sleepover. So we was just going and going horizontally from left to right. Ooh. So let's just continue that way. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner you had finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel. I'd probably feel pleased. He might not be in your double digits like your sister, but he was only 7. Being the oldest again to be the leader was a nice change of pace. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet. Something like an ooh. I love ice cream more than popsicles, but an ice cream sandwich. That sounds good. Do I want an ice cream sandwich? I feel like I like ice cream cones just a little bit more than ice cream sandwiches. None beat a classic cream and scoop of ice cream on a day like this. There was none. There was none like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your mom didn't keep sweets in the house. Aw. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but there were shops that demanded payment in exchange for the products. You sighed, you voiced your predicament aloud. You asked Shala for help. Sigh. As much as you really wanted that treat, it wasn't gonna happen. What's wrong? I want an ice cream cone. Shiloh, who had been draped over the sofa, perked up. That sounds good. We don't have any here, and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Shiloh rummaged in his back pocket and proudly produced an assortment of coins plus one stray button. You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles, just over $1. You announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he had been watching you expectantly. It's a start. Shiloh beamed at you. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was used or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust or sandy crumbs, but every so often one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Dusting to show from checking every room and squinting to every tiny nook. The two of you finished pooling your finds. Shiloh held his breath, and you counted the coins once again. $2, $2.53, and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured you knew the answer, but you appreciated him recognizing your authority on financial and ice cream matters. You straightened up before making your pronouncement. Yeah, we've got enough. You could now afford something at the shops. Just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dash outside. The promise of sugar buoyed you on to the destination where, breathless but happy, you started with the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get the treat. You seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting the ice cream cone? Shiloh had asked, as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. You went ahead and got what you wanted originally. Are you really sure it's okay? You tried to get something you both wanted anyway. I would probably try to get something that we would both probably want. It wasn't fair for you to be the only one to decide when he'd been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You press further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice creams? What's your favorite? Oh, it's so hard to pick. I don't know. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would actually like it too. Finally, the reward for your hard work was in your hands. You lapped at the soft ice cream. The sweetness perked you up. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head. Oh my god. He didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it? That was weird, Shiloh. But you accepted the offer. You tried to include Shiloh. You hesitated. At this point, he ain't gonna try to get any of the ice cream. So at this point, I would just continue to just eat it by myself if you're gonna act like this. There was no point in arguing. It was already melted under the rays of the sweltering summer sun. You eagerly tucked back in. The cold, sugar treat quenched you in ways that the water just couldn't reach. The two of you began to head back home as you ate. You were glad, too, to get the treat all to yourself. Only half wouldn't have been nearly as good. But even so, you couldn't help but wonder what Shiloh was thinking. I don't know. I'm curious to see if there's some type of ulterior or some type of, something else that he wants in return. At the end, they just gonna announce to us. I walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know what to say, didn't know how to say what he felt, was too afraid to. Howdy, Gabriella. Welcome in. We just started let me see, 12 minutes ago, so it's not that long. So basically what happened is that it's a long day. It's a long, hot day. And everyone has things to do. Everyone seems to be busy. Our sister seems to be busy. Our parents, even Cole seems to be busy. So we just hanging out with Shiloh. And I wanted something to quench my thirst and cool me off from the heat. So I wanted some ice cream, and we spent some time looking for some money around the house. And also, he gave me like $1 that he already had in his backpack. But he don't want any ice cream. He seems to refuse any type of. He just seemingly trying to be selfless and give us, just treat us. So that's what happened so far. Okay. You figured that it was his problem and didn't care. Are you scared of me? You thought it was kind of sad. Are we friends? This is hard. Let me see. You thought that was kind of sad. Are we friends? Are you scared of me? You figured that was his problem and didn't care. I'm torn between you thought it was kind of sad and are we friends? Should I keep to myself or should I ask him? Are we friends? I don't know. Let's say this. Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. Yeah, I think so. He says that, but friends should be able to talk to each other without being scared. If Shiloh wouldn't do that, were you really friends at all? He rubbed his hands together nervously over your non-reaction. Don't apologize. You weren't sure how sorry you could be without knowing what even apologizing for, but you shook your head. You didn't do anything. It was true. Shiloh hadn't done something mean. He'd gone out of his way to make you happy. That didn't seem like it should be a bad thing, yet it bothered you. I just don't know if you like me. It's like it doesn't matter what I do, you're gonna act the same. I could be anybody and you wouldn't care. No, I really like you. I really, really like you, Pascal. I want to be friends. Okay. You smiled hesitantly at him, and his fidgeting ceased. Even though you weren't sure if you believed him, this was only making things worse. He decided that maybe there were all types of friends. If Shiloh wasn't able to do things differently, this would have been alright. Shiloh made you unsure about setting the label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing, at least. The treat was delicious, and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon, and as you returned to your neighborhood, there you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them, just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. Oh, look at him. Oh, my heart. My heart. You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Lizzie, did you hurt him again? Girl, you gotta stop being mean. Once there, you defended Cove, took a moment to make a joke, accused Lizzie of causing trouble, carefully asked about what happened. Even though I kind of suspect that Lizzie might have done something, I don't think she's like a terrible person, so I'm not gonna accuse her automatically, and that wouldn't be right because what if she didn't do anything and I'm just embarrassing myself? So I'm gonna carefully ask about what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were gonna find out what was by asking the witnesses. Lisa might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? Pascal, I got yelled at. He took a deep, steady breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Aw, sorry. Lisa jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for summer. You, Liz, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They were like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them. But the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. Uh-huh. I was helping. Girl, okay, you don't need to rub it in. That's cool. Is there anything I can do? No, I'm just gonna stay away. Or you can teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in your eyes. In her eyes. What? You should ding dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. Have you ever done that before? There was only one time I had done that. I was in what grade was I in? I was in the third or fourth grade. One of them, the third or fourth grade. So I don't know how old that is, but I was under, under, under single digits. Um, I mean under double digits. I mean, I'll keep you under single digits unless you're zero. Um, yeah, I was like third or fourth grade, and there was this guy I met at school. His name was well, I guess I don't have to say his name, but there's this guy I met, and at first he bullied me actually. I first met him. I don't know how I met him at first, but my first memory of him is that I was at school one day and I had a SpongeBob backpack that I brought to school, and near the end of the day, there was a girl named, well, I don't know how to say her name too, but there's these two girls, right? One of the girls, I was kind of friends with, but she was also friends with the other girl that I wasn't friends with. And she did not like me. She thought I was annoying and it was irritating. So the bully, the guy, he was talking about my backpack and talking all kinds of bad things about me, you know, whatever he might have said, like as a third or fourth grader. And that's the first time I ever went home crying, you know, tears after school. My mother was very upset. But long story short, we became friends after that. We got to understand each other, know each other after we were paired for a sign read, for paired reading in class one day, and we became friends. And then one day, he taught me and my brother to um, ding dong ditch. So we were scared to do that because we kind of go to two shoes, and I kind of still am. But he did it, and we ran away. And the thing about the place that we lived at is that it was a very big. It was um, it was a housing complex. So there was a neighborhood, and the neighborhood was like in a circle, kind of, and there was like a big field in the middle of the circle, and also houses. They weren't separate houses. Um, there were like two houses put together, like for each building, I think. And so it was like, how can we run away? Really, we can't really hide that well. Like there were trees and stuff like that we could hide behind, but it's kind of difficult to just run down the block and run away because we were kind of in like in a circle. Yeah, that's my story with that. You don't remember doing that, but maybe not. Yeah. Apparently, it's so a lot of children done that, but I only did that one time. I think. I don't think I ever did it again after that. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again. Girl, Cove Glam, but didn't take the bait. There's a turn to you. You're not a chicken, are you? I could, I could say, yeah. Cluck, cluck. You rather just avoid them. You thought they deserved worse. I'll do it. Mm, I mean, at that age, I would probably be like, no, no, I'm not. I'm not a chicken. I want to be like the person, like, yep, yep, I am. And what you gonna do about it? Um, Let me see. Um, I mean, I'd rather just avoid them. You looked at the house. Behind those closed doors lurked two beings, rich in years but poor in patience. Maybe they deserve retaliation. Maybe they didn't. But that punishment wouldn't be coming from you. It was safer to stay far away from them. You could live without the hassle. I'm not doing it either. Another chicken for the coop. This is the hen house now. If we were chickens, you're a lizard, Lizzie. She waggled her tongue at his face. Still better than a bird brain. Tick, 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 tick. The condo door opened, revealing one of the culprits. One of the two culprits. The old man's wizened face was sent to a scowl, which was to say he looked exactly like he always did when you saw him. Maybe that was his normal face. What are you two kids? What are you kids doing loitering outside my house? And maybe he was just always in a terrible mood. Nothing. Nothing. He repeated the word as if it was the greatest crime anyone could commit. Nothing good, more like get lost. I mean, I didn't read that right. Nothing good, more like get lost. It wasn't as if he owned the space outside the house, but Cole's eyes, still red from the earlier tears, were wide, and he thought it would be best to heed the old man's command. Lizzie took off, with Shiloh immediately tailing after her without so much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cole, summoning him to follow you, and you ran after Lizzie. The old man's heartless propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin. Oh, I remember this, Sedora, actually. I know what's gonna happen. At least I think. I might be confusing with a different one. Hey, hey, Cove. Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents round here. Cove rolled his eyes and decided that this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizard chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined into the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizard came around. It always went like that. It always went like that. And it was fine, you thought. You still felt a little sad after how much time you spent together today, and it was always annoying. I still feel sad. You had been hoping the two of you might have gotten closer, but you had to let it go. He was happy where he was. You closed your eyes, laid on your side, and relaxed. Some time passed with you like that. It felt good to take a break. Wow, look at the CG. Look at him, he's so cute. And the pretty grass and the flowers and the lighting is so nice. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be just as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw a dolphin, you saw a car, you saw an alpaca, you saw a smiley face, you saw clouds and shapes. Let's harken back to our trip at the marketplace when we had the dolphin balloons. You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Look, a dolphin! Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Yeah, I see it. Really? No, but I like dolphins. Hey! He chuckled at your reaction. All the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose high. Liz got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. Okay, so this is not the story I'm thinking about. I think I'm thinking about one of the other memories that you could do. There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You want to go there too. We're too tired to argue. We'll have to do what others wanted. Objected to the plan. I wanted to go to the beach too. So you eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down to the water. You stepped onto the sand for a second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge, the waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish. I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishes. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You never heard Lizzie use that word before. I like the fact that I'm impressed by Lizzie using such a big word. Mommy loved to have bubbles in her bath. She'd turn the lights off and have candles. I would do that next time. Hey, when's your mom gonna pick you up anyway? Not for a while, she's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would someone want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by the waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. Yeah. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Pascal. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now, too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me. Oh, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad your mom's gone. Cove nodded. You joke about Shiloh's mom getting together with Cove's dad. Oh, I don't think I would do that. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. You didn't say anything. In this instant, I'll probably be awkward and just like not say anything. You couldn't come up with something you thought would make the conversation any less awkward, so you kept quiet. It was safer that way. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shallow scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. He made a run for it. He retaliated. Retaliated? No one splashed at me. No, Lizzie did splash in my direction. Okay. Yeah, retaliate. Use your foot to smack the water pooling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laugh as she spluttered, some of the salty seawater having landed into her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck! Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dash up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shallow Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game in war. Shallow's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first onto the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shallow sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain, as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head, and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. Wait. Don't say that. That's mean. Way to go, Shiloh, you dumbo. You offered him some help. I'm the type of person to offer people help if they fall. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you drop it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shiloh too. My parents have always been the type, especially my father, he's always been the type to tell us, me and my siblings, to never call other people dumb. Don't call people dumb, don't call people idiots, don't call people any of that. So I know some people call their siblings dumb and idiotic and stuff like that. That always it's kind of jarring to me since that's not something I grew up with. Because my parents, my father especially, he told us not to do that. He really didn't like that. I reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped onto the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them. What are the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low, but there was no way Charlotte would do something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident, especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Charlotte felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Charlotte got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cole laughing at the two of them. I would love a CG of all four of them in the sea. I would like to see how Charlotte looks, with it looking like a puppet with his hair clinged to his face. That would be so cute. And seeing all of them all splashing and things like that. With that, it was time to call it a day. I think all the CGs in this game are just Cove, as far as I know. The four of you had made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes made way down on some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside chatting to Cole's dad. We're back! Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you all were in, ranging from messy to soap. Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the you brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold gonna do when comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home, cold and filthy? His expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. I can relate to that. Being the oldest of three siblings. Or three children, I should say. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cole's matted hair. You went out making memories, Bucko. You went out making memories, Bucko? I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cole used a slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Colden's eyes widened as he noticed that even that gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove, let's get you cleaned up and dried off. We don't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought. That a boy. Cove casually bent down and plucked Cove off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Stan was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble. Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Whitlock family. And Shiloh, too. Okay. Well, we better do what we can to fix you guys up. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom. Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on the old beach towel your mama had found, you waited in the hall. Unless you were less Sandy, you weren't allowed to go back to your room or walk around the house. Well, you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Mrs. Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed clean-up session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer, and it'll be your turn. When the bath was done, you have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Okay? Sandcastle. Cole wasn't able to do many things that summer. When him and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline, one bright morning you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he would be swimming anytime soon, not with his cast. The wave washed a single shell to shore, glittering in blue. Another reminder of the places he couldn't go. Oh, poor Cove. From what you had heard about Cole's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get his cast off. Like, make a pact with a witch or something, just to get it off his arm. You thought about how summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now that he was here, you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else, and he couldn't go in the sea. His town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it. But sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up. Wait. On the same beach I can't read. Wait. What happened to it? Okay. But sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everyone felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. Okay, I needed a comma right here because I didn't understand what on you meant. I needed a comma. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You'll be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't good enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. Mm-hmm. And huge. There could be anything out there. Like mermaids. I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. Somebody's responses are so mean. So it might be fun if we could. I'm fine here on land. Mermaids aren't real. I'm not gonna say mermaids aren't real. That's so much of you. I wouldn't be such a potty pooper like that. Um, so it might be fun if we could, or I wish you didn't have a cast. Let's be sympathetic. Me too. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation. Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, somehow Charlotte's low, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. I've always wanted to build a sandcastle. I've tried building a sandcastle. The only type of sandcastles I've ever built is, like Cove said, just big piles of sand just piled together. Or if I have, like, you know, one of those buckets that have a mold and you fill it up with sand and then you go and turn it around and lift the bucket off and you have like a roundish sandcastle that you have. But it's not the same as building one from scratch. I've always wanted to build one from scratch, and that was big, not like a small pre-molded castle. It's nothing special. I'm sure you'll get good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Charlotte's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cole's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff. I've never made it one before. There's nothing else to do. I've never really made one before. He put his hands on back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shallow, focusing more intently than you ever seen him, guided the two of you through the process. It didn't take long for the three of you to have each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you have great ideas. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those like those castle-shaped buckets are an iconic piece of childhood. I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle. Cool. This is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to make a house, a castle, a mansion. I want to build a castle with a moat and everything. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shadow didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. Oh, look at that. Excuse me. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you had built. It seems you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. Charlotte had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of the shells, but there were still options. The first thing you reached for was a red bottle cap, a blue seashell, a green piece of sea glass. A blue seashell. was the best fit for your castle, you decided. The blue color of it still reminded you of the clear water. So you put it in a funny place where it'd take a second look to see it. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shallow seemed to be immersed as well. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. You checked out Cove's sandcastle, you checked out Shallow's sandcastle. You decided not to look. I'm too curious not to look at people's castles. Do I look at my fellow apprentice or do I look at the master himself? Let's check out Cove. I'm pretty sure like I already kind of saw what Shallow was building a little bit. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm that he was digging with that. Wait. Oh, okay. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. Okay. The silence was then broken. What's on top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered some shine sticking out of Shallow's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke. It's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I guess. I don't see it. You should be an architect. It kind of looks more like a worm. Oh, he's all cute. Let me see. Kind of looks more like a worm, or you should be an architect. I don't know. Will this come off as mean? I can be mean a little bit. I don't have to be completely nice all the time. I don't want it to be mean though. Hopefully it's kind of like a joke instead of like an insult. Let's click it. I don't know, I feel bad. A slimy worm. Sticking his tongue out in disgust, Cove's face soured. Gross. Charlotte frowned without a word. And that was that for the current topic. That's mean! I don't like it. I don't like that. I kinda wanna go back and change my response. I don't like the fact that Charlotte didn't say anything. Pascal, can I see what you did? Sure. He began surveying your work. The castle you built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You'd probably feel safe living there. Maybe your mom's with the queens. Charlotte quickly decided to jump in a new conversation. Hey, Pascal, what did you do? This is my castle. Charlotte didn't look so happy anymore. You both built castles? Aw, that's neat. How much you guys match. It's too bad we didn't all do that. Next time we should. Wouldn't that be boring? If something is the only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody's their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special. Why not? Nobody else is you. Charlotte suddenly shook his head. I'm not different. I beat fast between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Have you ever seen those memes? Not those memes. Yeah, they're kind of like memes, I guess. But have you ever seen those TikToks? I used to watch TikToks on like YouTube Shorts. I don't really go on the app, but have you seen those YouTube Shorts or TikToks of... I'm pretty sure you've seen Pick Me Girls a lot, but I've seen some people that do Pick Me Boys, like they do the boy version of a Pick Me. And Charlotte's kind of like that. That's what he's kind of acting like right now. I'm not that special. I'm not different. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad had tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trod off again. Trod off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Yeah, I don't wish I can remember this girl. This is a certain girl that I've seen a lot of them from. I don't remember her name. Shallow shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cole spoke up before he could. He didn't think he noticed that Shallow was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your mom met my dad, Pascal? You wait to see if Shallow would say what he wanted to. When he didn't, you considered Cole's question. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him. But you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cole's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cole continued. Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Pascal's parents and my dad met the same day I met him. I'm gonna say what happened. Shallow frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset about not being included in Cole's choice of topic. That kind of thing was boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say things they want to say is important too. I do want Shadow to talk. I do feel like people should have a chance to talk. But Cove didn't finish what he was saying yet. So it's like, I wish I could get this option after Cove tells the story, and then Shadow can speak afterwards. Because they were both going to speak at the same time, and then Cove just happened to just speak, Or no, wait a second. Or was it that Shadow was going to speak first, and then Cove just spoke over him? I mean, yeah, it's like they kind of was going to talk at the same time, so it's like, in this situation, if I was in this situation, I would let Cove speak, and then, hey, Shallow, yeah, you want to say something? Can you, say what you're going to say after Cove finished? But I have to choose now. And if I want to give Shallow a chance to speak, I'm just going to do it right now. So let's see what Shallow wants to say first. Okay, Cove. Okay. Huh? We were talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. You can listen. Wow. Okay, Cove. You don't have to be so snappy about it. You could be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just finish what I'm saying first, and then he can speak." Wow, Cove. Cove's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked put off. Cove continued like the interruption hadn't happened. He was determined to tell the tale. I mean, I would have waited until he finished talking. I know, right? He is jealous. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out, because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand, then he went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I didn't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there. That's where we met for the first time. Cove nodded, then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Aren't you gonna finish your story? Cole's brows wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were so surprised. That's all that happened. Okay. Okay. Why did you want to tell the story if nothing happened? You really gotta get better at telling stories. That was a pretty bad story. Thanks for telling me. Um, these are all such great responses. Um, okay. um, these are such good responses. Let me see. Okay. I kind of want to choose this. This is so funny to me. How would I respond if someone told me that story at that age? How would I respond? How would I respond? I'd probably just say okay, to be honest. What is it? What? You said that in a weird way. I don't think I did. Cove narrowed his eyes at you, suspicious. Shadow's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Shadow's like, you, you didn't want me to speak just for you to tell that boring story that when nothing didn't happen. Why did you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cole's shoulders. I was thinking about it, cause of the sandcastle. And maybe remember when we moved to here, Dad showed me the beach first before he went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cole's brows furrowed a bit more as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cole might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cole was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shallow fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cole aware of his presence again. They looked at each other, and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Shiloh. Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing's happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment, and his lips twitched. He was blushing even harder than before. Maybe maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was simply the last straw. But it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad. He seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody's named Cove. Ooh. Ooh. It was probably just your dad bugging Pascal's family some more, because you don't have anyone else who would ever play with you. Okay, Shiloh. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was so uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to laugh at all. And ooh. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about. That you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Hey, let's build another sandcastle. Oh, okay. You tried to play on your own. Are we gonna build more? You never said mess with the sand. I don't know how you can still build another sandcastle in this climate. This climate's kind of intense. Tried to play on your own. Never said mess with the sand. What would I do? I mean, if I say this, they're just gonna say no. I don't feel like it. I'm not in the mood right now. That's what they're gonna say. Um, Um, I'll just. I don't know. I want to do. Okay, let me speak. I feel like I should speak. You want to keep building sandcastles? Oh, okay. I wasn't not expecting that. I thought they were just gonna say, I don't feel like building any more castles. Cole glanced at Shiloh, whose smile hadn't returned to full power. Then that's you. All right. What a relief. You were glad it was settled. You all went back to making more sandcastles, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cole looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable for the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom had appeared at the beach to take him home. At least you tried to do something to resolve it, though, and it seemed like it had helped. Even though Shiloh's smile when he said goodbye to Cole wavered, it stayed as bright as ever for you. That had to count for something. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cole to head back to your own houses. The two of you trailed out of the park together toward the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in a near perfect unison. Cole was clearly caught up in thinking about something. You asked Cole what he was thinking. You stayed silent. I want to ask. Sam was definitely up, so you chose to reach out to him and ask. Hey, Cove, is everything okay? You're making a funny face. Oh, I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds and sighed. Why did Shiloh act like that when I said he was all red a lot? I mean, I could tell that some, like, given his personality and how he acts around people, I can tell that he doesn't want to be seen as, he wants to be included. He always defers to other people. He doesn't like to give his own, he likes to do what everyone else is doing. And, you know, those traits of someone who wants to be accepted by other people, like a people pleaser, and, you know, they're embarrassed when other people feel like, when if persons like that feels embarrassed when they think that they might be seen as someone who is, what's the word I'm trying to say? Yeah, they might be embarrassed because they feel like that. What do they think? Like they always think about how other people think of them, and what if they don't like them or things like that. So the fact that Cole was able to pick out and say, "Hey, why are you always red?" You know, that's probably something he's probably self-conscious about. I was like, I hope they don't notice that I'm nervous or I'm embarrassed or like, do they think I'm weird for the way I'm acting and things like that. So it's like I can tell that was kind of a sensitive topic. Okay, let's see the options. You were being rude to him. He just beat a baby. You should make fun of him. I know, it's just solid. He gets embarrassed. He gets embarrassed. Embarrassed? But I didn't say anything that bad. It might have upset him anyway. I guess I can get it. Why would he do that? Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cole's mood was still sour. What Shiloh said doesn't make any sense anyway. Didn't make sense anyway. Parents always talk to other parents and set stuff up so their kids can play together. My dad didn't do anything weird. Well, you don't know the full story behind that. You struggle not to make a face at that. Cole's dad definitely did something weird to try and get you to spend time with Cove. But Cove didn't know that. Okay, so this is the first time I could like actually decide to tell him, nobody's making me spend time with you. Your dad does do stuff to hang out with my family, but Shiloh shouldn't have said that. Oh my gosh. You decided to tell him about how his dad offered you money. This seems like kind of like backhanded, in my opinion. Your dad does do stuff to make you hang out with my family, but Shiloh shouldn't have said that. I don't know. That kind of sounds a little shaded in my opinion. That's kind of shaded. I don't like that either. But I didn't take the money. I'm hanging out with him because I like Cove. I like him. I'm not being bribed. So this is the truth, even though it's not the whole truth. It's half truth. But he doesn't need to know that right now. Cole's shoulders relaxed. You hadn't even noticed he had tensed up. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Oh my gosh, how would he have reacted right now after all that if I had just told him right now at this age? I think I'll tell him next. I don't know. I'm trying to see would I tell him eventually or not because they're gonna give me another choice later in other steps. I think he should know eventually. I don't think I should keep it a secret forever, but I just don't know when will be the perfect time to tell him. When he's a teenager or as an adult. Anyway, I knew the whole time Charlotte shouldn't have been saying things like that. You nodded, but you didn't speak. You kept your eyes firmly on the ground. By now, the two of you were on the sidewalk near your houses. It was time to part ways. Bye, Cove. Your parents hadn't planned anything else for you, though you knew that you'd see him eventually. Cove nodded, already turning away. Bye, Pascal. You made your way back to your house at a leisurely pace, going up the driveway to get to the front door. Before you went inside, you looked back. Cole was halfway to his house with his hands shoved in his pockets. He still felt a little unsure what you were supposed to do about the deal Cole's dad had offered. You don't want to say something bad or something you shouldn't. You might change your mind sometime. There was always tomorrow after all, but for now, it was definitely something you should keep to yourself. With a final look, you went inside your house. Okay. Well, that was an awkward memory, but I guess everything that happens is not always so fun and games. Sometimes awkward things happen. All right, tonight we're gonna catch fireflies. I do remember this one though. I liked this memory. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fireflies, a familiar sight over the summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy, and you knew you knew there would be bound. No, you knew there would bound to be a ton of them around. Oh, you are you? It's getting faster. Yeah. You rocked lightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a great idea, Lizzie. Can we, Mrs. Whitlock? Shadow tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shadow to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning for a job before her job started. Well, normally she would have picked him up by now. You called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. Right. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Maybe more work-related things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her when guests were over. That's why you were pretty sure that she'd get your moms to agree. Well, it's already so dark out there. Liz gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for their response. Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your mom's excited exchanged a look. Then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Liz's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it would be rude to talk with your mouth full. Fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay? Duh, Mom, that's where most of them are. The idea had just only been planted in your head, but you already could just picture from all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like fairies from bedtime stories Mama read sometimes. All too quickly, all too quickly became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right. If someone died, we have to cancel the firefly trip after all. Mommy said it like a joke, but you knew they were both telling you kids to slow down. Sheldon did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you still saw her eating faster than she should. Elizabeth? No one's gonna die. Sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted Mom as she could no doubt scold your sister. I'll get it. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking at the window to see who it was. You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest. Good evening, Cove. Your mama had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Charlotte's flatbed hat. Cove? You had no idea why he was here all of a sudden, but you supposed it wasn't worth worrying over. Instead, your eyes landed on Lizzie, who was looking at Cove like he had come here specifically to ruin all her plans. Then, for a second, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mama with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket. Eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks, bye. Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and shifted her chin. Cove shrugged and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call and let him know you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remained on the ground. Mama closed the door behind him. Hi, Cove. Charlotte gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Oh, he's one of those people that wave his fingers? Like, no. Like, he's one of those people that close their palm and open it when they wave. Oh, okay. Cove, are you gonna catch fireflies with us? You could come outside with us if you want to. You weren't sure what to say now. Cove, are you gonna catch fireflies with us? You could see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she got over it. If Cove said no, you understand though. Catching fireflies wasn't something everyone liked to do. I want to see them. I never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been anywhere he used to live. We can't go out until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took a seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. That's interesting for dinner. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Charlotte from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. A phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room. Cove, your dad says you can stay for a little while if you like. But he's gonna come and get you before it gets too much later. Sure. Oh, fun. This would be so nice. As you polish off your meal, you hope it would be too. The three of you had all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Charlotte trotted so closely after Lizzie as he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Come in. After a moment, he did. Bye, children. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Charlotte by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching the figures getting farther and farther away. Hurry up! You're so slow, Pascal. I don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you But you paused and you saw Costa walking at a relaxed pace. Are you not gonna come? You tugged him along. You walked with him. You waved at him to hurry. You ran off. You tugged him along. Let's go. You gave his arm a pull, but immediately recalled when he hissed. Oh, oops. In your hurry, you accidentally grabbed his cast arm. You hadn't thought about that. Sorry. It's fine. Just go by yourself. You couldn't help but feel bad as he rubbed his arm and refused to look at you. I'm sorry, Cole. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't know that was your cast arm. I'm so sorry. But since it didn't seem like he wanted you there, you did what he said and hurried to the hill. He's not in the best mood tonight. There were already a lot of fireflies out, glowing and bobbing about like buoys on a wave. Look at that, it's so pretty. I was never one to catch fireflies. I've always seen them and looked at them outside, but first of all, I've never been in a place where there was a bunch of fireflies just outside. I would love to just go to the forest like you see in those movies and see like fireflies just all about. But whenever I did see them, I never caught them. I just looked at them. I always thought how to be like. I always kind of felt a little bad the idea of taking a bug, putting it in a jar just to look at it. I mean, you'd release it. It's not like you would keep it forever. Lizard was standing on top. Shadow was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle. Where's Cove? You looked behind you, wondering if you had upset him enough to send him home. But a second later, he rounded the corner, looking around at all the fireflies with interest. Wow. Shadow took a moment to come over, welcoming both of you to the hill. Hi guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are. Yeah. A firefly danced through the air and landed on Cove's sea green head. Shadow couldn't help but giggle. You and Shadow couldn't help but giggle. He quietly looked on. You shooed the bug away. You and Shadow couldn't help but giggle. Covering your mouth with a hand, the sound escaped you, and Cove looked at you in confusion. What? You gestured to his head, and as he reached up, making a firefly dart away, Cove jumped and then followed after the glow. Oh, I love Cove's like toothy grin. Like it kind of looks like a buck tooth. It's so cute. Oh look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shadow ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to dozens of other fireflies sitting around. The game was on. You had a bandage on your thumb and tried to be cautious of that. You had a bandage on your palm and tried to be cautious of that. You had two bandages on your hand and tried to be cautious of that. You were good at not getting cuts or scratches, so you weren't too worried about that. I mean, I was never really a child to always get hurt. And I've never had a cast. I've never broken any bones or things like that. I hope that never happens. But I've scratched myself, so I can have a bandage. I don't have to be like that. Oh, I do remember the one time when I was cutting apples by myself. My I cut my finger so deep that I could see a little bone, like a little white. It might not have been a bone, but I could see. I cut very deep, and I thought I saw a bone one time. That did happen when I was like first grade, I think. First, second grade. Let's try this. You had a bandage on your thumb and try to be cautious of that. Spotting one close by, you approach it like with an assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept towards it, your arms outstretched. Close your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his paint cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands and around the firefly. Cope watched it as it vanished into thin air, with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. You told him about the firefly you had. You had a joke about what happened. You did your own things. You told him about the firefly you had. Hey, want to see the one I got? Cove didn't notice you. He was more preoccupied with continuing the hunt, hopefully without his casket in the way this time. That was fine. You had your own plans. You decided to collect more. With renewed vigor, you ran out to the hill, into the hill. You're not sure how much time had passed while you was in the thick of it. Oh my gosh. Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Isn't that how the song goes from the Backyardigans? Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Let me see. Let me look it up. Into the thick of it. Yeah, that is that that Backyardigans song. I used to watch Backyardigans all the time when I was a child. That song got so popular. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. Yeah. At first, you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. You were having the time of your life, racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out, and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Pascal, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. Yeah, this is the memory I remember that I thought was gonna happen the last one I said I remembered, but no, it's this one. This was cute. I love this one. The sound caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Charlot. You glanced over to them, both standing at the top of the hill again. Lizzie beckoning to you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cole was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi. Hi. Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cole froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. This is the second time I got in the way tonight. Don't do that to Cove. What? Yeah, you watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it? The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. This might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else be the referee, but it's already decided. I mean, I kind of want to race. I'll just race. I know he's not happy with it, but I want to race. So you got into the position for the race. Satisfied with this, Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shallow did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point. It seemed like he was taking this newfound referee's duty seriously. Countdown! You quickly got into position as well, resting on your side in the grass and tucking your arms close to your chest. 3, 2, 1, go! The three of you took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed toward the bottom. You squeezed your eyes shut, a delighted laugh leaving you and consequently allowing for blades of grass into your mouth. You sputtered, reaching up to wipe them away, and threw you off your balance and sent you careening sideways. Everyone started too close together because there was a slight turn. Everyone started too close together because a slight turn made you, then Shiloh, then Lizard collide into a heap. You tumbled down the last few feet in a pile. Shadow's elbow was in your stomach, and you're pretty sure Liz's head was in your mouth, but you had survived. Perhaps it wouldn't have been safe for Cove after all. You could hear him laughing in the distance. I love rolling down hills. That was one of my favorite things to do. That still is. If there's ever a hill, well, now I'm nervous about getting my hair messed up, so I probably wouldn't do that now. But when I was a child, when I didn't really care about my hair, how my hair looked, and I always kept it like either shaved or one time I had locks too. But yeah, I would always roll down the hill. I would love, like, anytime there was a big park, open meadow with a hill, I would love rolling down. It's so much fun. Just letting your body just roll and let gravity just take you down. So much fun. I love it so much. When you kept your eyes, when you opened your eyes, you saw the starry sky above and coast still on top of the hill, staring down at the three of you with an amused look on your face. And also, when you roll down the hills, oftentimes, depending on how the hills is, you start to change directions. So I understand what they're talking about. And you end up rolling down like in a curved direction, not in the same straight line as you intended to go. I've never hit someone else while rolling down the hill though. I guess that's because we've always been safe to like keep our distance. Hey, cool crash. I think Charlotte was the first one at the bottom. That didn't count. We need a redo. Kids, it's time to come in. You sighed, not knowing if it was from contentment or exasperation, and closed your eyes again. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together side by side, down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening with each person trying to prove that they were the ones who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. All that mattered was that you all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. Yeah, that was cute. That's one of my favorites. Okay, these are DLC ones. I've already done One's Library. I think I've done Sleepover. Let me see. Did I do a Ghost? I don't know. I didn't have the DLC, but I think they had some that were locked. So I think the only ones I could do at the time was this one and this one. I might have done Runaway too. I don't think I've ever done these ones. I'm trying to think. Do I want to... Do I want to play every single moment now? I said I was going to, but do I want to do it? And then, I mean, yeah, I'll do it because by the time we come back to this game next time, I'm pretty sure I would have it would have been pushed to the back of my mind again a little bit, so I can do all of it. Because I want to maybe do want to save some stuff for when we play and like try to do different scenarios, but that's okay. I want to see all this. I want to see all the stories, but I want to start with the sleepover. The sleepover was sweet. I don't know how it'll be though, because I think when I played the sleepover, I think I set my character to crush. I think it might be different if it's not a crush. Let me see. Let me see if it's different than how I remember. All right, kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled, right on time, as if it heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down the cutlery. Mom was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots into the sink to wash. From beside her, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. And she cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognized that look. Last one to the table was raw egg. I haven't, but it's too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. You tried to catch up to her. You threw a cushion at her. You yelled out to her. You couldn't let her win without a fight. You planted a hand against the ground and stood up. Then you ran after her. Though there wasn't really time to close the gap. It was a short distance from the kitchen table to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exasperated sigh, she resumed her work. I win again. You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. Because you cheated. Okay, you won. You didn't bother to try to talk to her about that. I'd probably be the one to say, you didn't win because you were racing by yourself. No, I told you we were both racing. I saw you run. You're just a slowpoke. It wasn't a real race. It wasn't a real race still. That sounds like something a rotten egg would say. Elizabeth grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over her shoulder. Cove, you can be the tiebreaker. Was that a real race that I totally won? You blinked. You'd almost forgotten about him. The fact that Cove preferred to keep to himself didn't help matters either. You spotted Cove still on the floor, his legs still crossed beneath him, his arm with the cast resting in his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It was sort of strange to still see him here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your mom's and his dad had planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised. You overheard your mom discussing it before. You hadn't expected it when your moms told you, but you didn't mind Cove sleeping over. The idea made you uncomfortable. He's gonna be sleeping in your room. I was always the type to like sleepovers. I've never had a sleepover with anyone else outside my immediate family though. I've only had sleepovers with like I mean I guess so me and I used to share a room with one of my siblings that we would stay over. And I mean we would sleep obviously in the same room. And then sometimes my sister would be scared and we were the two older siblings. So she would want to come into the room. And sometimes we had to sleep over together. Sometimes the three of us will have sleepovers with our cousins. But that's it. I've never had a sleepover with anyone that wasn't our family. Our parents have always been skeptical of sleepovers. They're like, we don't know these people. You're not sleeping over with anyone we don't know. Anyone whose parents we don't know. Anyone whose children we don't know. And it just never happened. I don't think it's ever happened. You hadn't expected when your moms told you, but you didn't mind Cove sleeping over. But I've always wanted to sleep over with someone else, but it just never happened. It was just for one night. Even if he's not really your friend, he isn't really the worst person in the world. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she had asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races. Well, did I win or what? Cove didn't respond. He turned away, refusing to weigh in. Lizzie glowered, but it had no effect. She crossed her arms and turned back at you. There you go. I won. He didn't say anything. So that means it should be up to the oldest instead. You're still the rotten egg. That's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each far and fresh. Which is a sentence I never thought I would say. Now listen to your mom and come to the dinner table, all three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food. Then they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cole was left out. He stood up from the spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. Slowly, he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the two were on the other side of where your moms were sitting. Sit next to me. Okay, that's kind of rude. Rude, son. That's so rude. He hung his head and stood up past you, Lizzie, and your moms. He sat to the chair on the opposite side of the table and sat down. Seeing being far away was what he wanted. Your moms frowned. You shrugged it off and turned back to your plate. Now that everyone's situated, Mama began to pass out plates. Dig in, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Be sure not to avoid all of the veggies. Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves, except for one. Gob hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands clamped on the top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. One dish seemed to have his eye at least. I mean, I'm kind of like that too. When I'm over at someone's house, I don't like to take it upon myself to like, you know, do stuff. Like, that's not my house. I'm like this. Pineapple chicken. Wanna try some? Mm, not, not really, sorry. By then your mom said notice that Cole still had nothing on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food, honey? Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating and spoke again. He should try it now. She turned to Cole dramatically. Unless you want a drink. That's what happens when you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. Cole squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this. Oh shoot, I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe we'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cole didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. I mean, he's in a new environment, he has new food, he's going to be sleeping over at someone else's house he ain't never slept before. I could tell, he's nervous. It's okay. I'm not going to say he should try something new. I'm not going to say that. It's his choice. But I'm going to recommend the food, and hopefully he might take my recommendation. I'm going to invite him. I'm not going to be like, you should try. I think you'll like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Eventually, Cole carefully spooned the rice and pineapple onto his plate. Maybe because he didn't know what else to do at that point. You saw that he avoided the veggies entirely. Your mom let him get away with not taking any vegetables. At first, Cole poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new. We took a few exploratory bites. It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. Mama grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Oh. Oh. I love that. Mama flowered it at the face of Cole's but honesty. Oh. Oh my gosh. It seems strange if I was taken aback by the Jews. When had they gotten along? And you didn't consider yourself to be friends with him either. You gotten used to seeing around a lot over the summer. But the two of you hadn't struck anything that could count as a friendship. Your mama looked at Mom and only got a shrug. Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. It's not a nice thing to say to anyone but Pam. Mama tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clanging silver meant you caught the quiet words anyway. And they're not friends. He says so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now let's talk. No more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. But Mom! No buts. We talked about this. Your bedtime will move back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. You laughed at Mom's phrasing. You groaned about it as well. You stayed quiet and finished your meal. I groaned about it. It seemed way too early to go to sleep. I've always hated bedtimes. I've always hated them. The sooner you sleep, the sooner a brand new day will be here. I think that's pretty exciting. You weren't sure you agreed. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cole was silent for most of it, even when your mom attempted to include him in the conversation. All too soon, the table was cleared. The games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered into your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow, just as Mama poked her head into the room. All ready for lights off, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hard. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. He nodded for the both of you to sleep. You nodded for the both of you in response to Mama's question. Perfect. I will say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Aw, isn't that cute? Mama took a place sitting on the edge of your bed. Sweet dreams, sweetie. She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mama smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from a spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up, lifts me really high, and then shakes my hands like it's gonna shakes his hands like it's gonna let go. But he catches me again. Oh, look at he's so cute! I love his teeth. I love his teeth like that. That's so cute. He keeps doing that until sometimes he does drop me on my bed. Or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing. Cole had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. But I don't want to do that here. Oh, how fun. Do I think you're right that it might not be a good idea to do that tonight? That sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you could always ask me or Pascal's other mom. But I'm the nicer one. Just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up. Sleep well, Cove. Night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked at you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite. Bedbugs bite. Ooh. Why is the window so bright? Goodness gracious, how can you sleep with this brightness? With a last smile, Mama turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. She listened to her footsteps. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. You closed your eyes and snuggled in, prepared to drift off. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? What's wrong? What's wrong? What was that? Could you be less loud? Could you be quieter, please? Stop that. Okay. What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You didn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark. I don't know how you could not see with how bright the light is coming from that window. It's like it's like the sun has the lights turned on still. Outside. But you heard a sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. He sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Excuse me. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. He knew, even without reading the title, which one it was. That was one your moms would read to you. It was special. I thought you were looking for your glasses. I was. Then I felt this. It looks cool. The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool. Oh yeah? What's it about? It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight, and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but I love the main character, cause the squire's really brave and funny. It has cool pictures. Some even take up the whole page. Mama reads it to me. She uses different voices for each character. There's a dragon in it, and crazy things happen. I like this one. Mama reads it to me. She uses different voices for each character, since that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Some of them were really silly too. There were lots of characters, and they all have good lines, so it's fun. Usually sported a disinterested expression on his face, or a sad one. You probably could count the number of times you've seen a smile on his hand. Aww. Right now, though, he looked excited as he flipped the book over and focused at the backside to try learning more. He reminded of the hours you spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and the pictures inside. Aww. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. It was definitely the time you were supposed to be asleep. You couldn't keep staying up. You want to read the book with Cove. That's what I want to do. Let's read the book with Cove. You climbed out of bed, padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pulling aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. That's me, to be honest. That is me. When I was a child, I would always be so scared to get out of my bed, especially if I had one of the houses I lived in had a mirror right in front of my bed, which was not fun. And also, the room that I live in the house that I live in back at home now has a closet. I can close the closet, but usually I leave it open. And I leave it open to try to get over my fear, but sometimes I am scared that someone's gonna come out that closet. But I try to leave it open so I can overcome that fear. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pulled it up over your head. What? Come on, check it out. Bring the book too. Yeah, this is cute. I love this scene. I love it. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got on it, and the blanket shifted. You fiddled with a flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. With a click, the small space flooded with a bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. Oh, look at us. It's so cute. We're reading a book together underneath the covers. That's so cute. Oops. What'd I do? Okay. This is always something like I've always seen on TV, and I'm like, this would be so cute. I would love to do this with someone in real life. Besides my own siblings. Like, I've done this with my siblings, but it's not the same. You took the flashlight, so it was shining down towards the floor of your blanket cave and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Is that better? Yeah. Now we can read, and my moms won't know. I do this all the time. Yeah. When mom or mama check on me, I have to hide everything under the blanket, but I haven't been caught before. Oh, you probably been caught, and your parents just ain't said something to you. Oh my gosh. Do you want to try? Oh, look at that smile. He nodded, pleased by his straightforward response. He placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Oh, look at the soft eyes. What the smile. That's great. This is the best one. Meanwhile, he lay down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. Oh. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your forehead nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. You wanted the story to be narrated. You thought it would be best taking turns to reading the book silently. You flipped through the pages to show cool pictures. I mean, given the fact that I said that my favorite thing about the book is having Mama read the lines to me, I feel like it only makes sense to narrate the book. You loved it when Mama read it to you, yeah. Why not read it as loud as you did this time of night? You didn't even need to study the page for long. There once was a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Oh, that rhymed. I like that. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which had given you grief in the past. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon, you got to an exciting part, the squire and the dragon's first meeting. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon. They borrowed sword in one hand and torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Could you do the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No, my head hurts if I don't wear glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. That's okay, it's fun anyway. You hoped he would agree, but Cole vehemently shook his head. Looked like it was up to you. You continued the dramatic reading, reciting the lines for all the characters. Next time you looked up from the page, your eyes landed right on Cove. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. Your eyelids started to droop. Oh, that's so cute. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed in your pillow. Your pajamas were sticking to you and your mouth was dry. So you raised yourself onto your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat twinging as you did. So you rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze. Then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove, that you? You shifted and felt some cylindrical press against your thigh. You fumbled for it. The familiar weight of the flashlight pressed against your palm. You turned it on. Cole blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, and shoes and everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? I can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, I just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You have your mom's redecorated only a few months back. I like my room. It's weird to me. I want to sleep in my bed. I'm gonna go. What? That shook off the last of your doziness. He was gonna walk outside back to his own house? This time of night? All by himself? You noticed your shocked expression, looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in, and I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. Well, if you have to, you don't have to. I'll come with you. I should tell my mom. I should tell an adult about this. I should tell my moms. No, I don't want you to. I'll just leave. My dad can call him in the morning. You knew that you could just let him go, but something inside you was saying that it wouldn't be the right thing to do. It's too late for you to go outside on your own. It'd be bad. Cove grumbled quietly, don't stay put. Okay, you could tell them. I'll wait. Good. When you crept into their room, Mama was still up reading in bed, while Mama had already fallen asleep. When Mom woke Mama up, they were both surprised to hear that Cole wanted to leave, and the two of them followed you back to your room to see him. Oh, look how comfortable she looks. Look at that. I love that. Is it a coat? Looks like she's wearing a coat. Cove, are you alright, sweet? Is there anything we could do to help? Mama sounded tired after just woken up, but she smiled at Cove kindly. Cove shook his head firmly, not meeting anyone's eyes as he did so. I just want to go home. We're sorry you didn't feel comfortable staying. How would you come downstairs with us? We'll call your dad to come get you. Cove headed past your mom's and out of the room. Mom turned to you before leaving. All right, off to sleep, kiddo. We'll make sure that Cove is taken care of. Good night again. Good night, Pascal. You listened to the sounds of their footsteps on the stairs as you huddled back down in bed, putting your blanket up and around your shoulders. It didn't bother you that Cove had left. At least now you didn't have to worry if he would snore and keep you awake all night. Eventually, your eyes started to get heavy. With a loud yawn, you finally got comfortable in your bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, you were awoken by the sound of Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. Pascal, wake up. It's time to get up and at 'em. My mom would always tell me, especially if it's time for school, she would say, wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. I hated that. I would hate when she would tell me that because that meant that it's time to go to school. She would turn the light on, and sometimes she would go and like move me, take my covers off over my face, and say that. But sometimes she would just turn the light off and just say that. Turn the light on and say that. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. The sun was peeking through your curtain, and you rubbed at your eyes as they adjusted to the new light. Mom sat down on the bed next to you. She blinked at her. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground and remembered what happened during the night. Mr. Holden came over to pick Cove up and take him home. You should have seen his hair when he turned up half asleep. He was even messier than Mommy's in the morning. She chuckled at the thought, and you could tell she was trying to make you feel bad about the whole situation, so you smiled back at her. Thank you for letting us know that Cove wasn't feeling good, Pascal. It was a nice thing to do. I love her glasses. I love her round glasses. I want round glasses like that. I have glasses that are round, but they're not completely round. They're kind of flattened at the top. But I've always liked those Korean style round, large round glasses. I want something like that. Hold on a second. Okay. Thank you for letting us know that Cove wasn't feeling good, Pascal. That was a nice thing to do. You nodded in agreement, and Mom went on to say that maybe once Cove started to feel more comfortable, that you could try to sleep over again sometime. You shrugged the idea off, not particularly caring if it happened anytime soon or not. You could have told your parents that they shouldn't have tried to do this in the first place. Of course, it wouldn't end well. The next time you saw Cove and Mr. Holden, you both apologized for Cove having left so suddenly. You assured them that it was okay. In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. It had all been a learning experience, according to the adults. You could accept that. There were definitely things you learned from it. Okay? Runaway. I don't remember this one. I don't know if I even had done this one in the demo. But if it's what I'm thinking, like running away from home. If it's us trying to run away from home, I've only run away from home one time. Let me see. When I was in kindergarten, between kindergarten and second grade, it wasn't even serious, but I was upset at my mother. My father was in the army, so he wasn't there. It was just my mother at home, and I was upset at what she did to me. So I said, I'm running away. So I went and packed up some stuff in a bag and went up the house, and she let me go out. And then I walked down the street, and then I was like, I'm scared. And I don't know what to do, so I came back. She opened the door to me. But then she acted like, who's this person? Who are you? No, I can't let you into my house. I don't let strangers, just any old stranger into my house. So she was joking and didn't let me into the house until I until I begged her to let me back in. It was never a serious attempt, but that was the only time I'd ever done that. After a couple of hours at the playground by yourself, it had gone firmly into the afternoon. You were on the swing, sat with your feet buried in the sand, when you spotted Liz in the distance. She was rushing over like someone was on her tail, chasing her. You knew she would be coming, but was she that excited to get to the park? Instead of nabbing the swing beside yours, Liz stopped in front of you. She bent over, balanced her hands on her knees, and panted. Did you hear? Hear what? Lizzie bounced back up, her eyes blown wide. You only saw her this worked up when she found a new hiding place for Mom's sugar stash. Oh my gosh, not them hiding sugar away from us. It's about Cove. Cove? Lizzie rarely brought him up herself, and never with this much urgency. What was this about? You listened, confused as Lizzie explained. I just came out when I saw lots of people gathered around in the middle of the street. They were talking kind of quietly, so I didn't think I was supposed to hear. But that just means it was important. So I snuck up, and I heard everything. She paused dramatically. Clearly she wanted you to say something. What did you hear? Seeing that she had your attention, Lizzie continued. Cole is missing. He left a piece of paper for Mr. Holden to tell him he was going away. He'll be gone for a long time, and no one's seen him since. Now, they're searching the whole neighborhood. The crowds were even saying that if they don't find Cole soon, they'll call the police. The police? You had seen the police officers around town now and then. We had never talked to one before, much less dealt with them. It was an intimidating thought. Was Cole going to be arrested for running away? You watched as your sister began to pace in front of you. I know Mom said Cole was sad about moving here, but running away from home is crazy. Where else is he gonna go anyway? I don't know. I want to find him. Hope someone finds him soon. Yeah, I'll go to tons of places. You didn't answer her. I want to find him. Lizzie scrunched her face up, thinking deeply for a moment. Then she nodded and planted her hands on her hips, determined. I want to look too. You are? Mm-hmm. We can play at the park any day, and the more people there are looking, the quicker someone will find him. Maybe I'll be the one who does. I'm the best at hide and seek, after all. It seemed like Lizzie only wanted to look. Wait. It seemed like Lizzie wanted to look not only because she was concerned about Cole, but also because it was the most interesting thing to happen this week. Wish me luck. Before you could say anything, she ran off in the opposite direction from where she came. You were left in the dust in a matter of moments. That was your sister for you. But Liz's appearance in this crisis faded to the back of your mind just as quickly. Cove. He told his dad he was leaving to go somewhere by himself. It was surprising news at first, but that sounded like something he'd do when you considered it again. Unfortunately, you had no idea where he could have gone. You thought hard. There were hills behind your house. You had gone there the first time you met. But someone would have checked there already. They wouldn't need to tell the police for that. Cole must be far away or hiding somewhere if the whole neighborhood was looking for him. You swung back and forth, your lips pursed in contemplation. If I were Cole, where would I go? Lizzie said that Cole was crazy for running away from home, but he never considered Sunset Bird his home, did he? His home was somewhere else. Okay, I do remember this story. There's only one place that came to mind that might be important enough for Cole to go off like this. It was a good idea, except how was he gonna get there? Could he take a bus? Was he gonna walk the whole way? You didn't know what direction he needed to take. But wait, there was only one way he could go. Going down the street just led to the beach, so that couldn't be right. Going to either side would mean he'd get stuck by buildings and fences and big slopes like the one behind your house. That left going up the street. You knew that road. It led to the main part of town and kept going all the way to the main city limits. All the way to the city limits. Cole didn't know the area well. He didn't think he'd want to go off that road into some random other street. Which meant, if someone followed that path, they might find they might find him somewhere along it. Grown-ups might seem to all be looking in the neighborhood, so you had to go find Cole by yourself. You should probably tell someone, but I think I'm not going to tell because I feel like we should probably talk to him and let him express his feelings about trying to go back home and things like that. You know, and try to encourage him to try to come back instead of having all the adults try to force him to come back. So, you shouldn't tell anyone yet, just in case you were wrong. You could go check it out yourself. You rushed to where you abandoned your flip-flops and slipped them on. They slapped against the sand as you left the playground. You went up along the main street, keeping an eye out for Cove. No one else had the same idea as you, it seemed, as you were completely alone there. You passed through your whole neighborhood, and then the next one over, and the next. You put one foot in front of the other, focusing on your surroundings as you did. Cove had a head start, so you don't know how far you could have gotten. You couldn't get distracted. You kept walking. You even called out for Cove a few times, but you didn't see that familiar mop of green hair anywhere. After a while, the sun began to dip out of the sky. It would be dark soon, and there was still no sign of your neighbor. You weren't even in the residential district at this point. You had reached the central part of town. The area was at once strange and familiar. You had been here before, of course, but never without your moms close by. They would drive you. You were growing disheartened. There was the possibility that he was farther ahead, but there were countless other places to potentially check too. Cove! You shouted his name a few times, as you had done periodically this entire time, but there was nothing. Maybe he's not going this way. Was he somewhere else? Has someone already found him? We need to keep going forward. You want to make it this far, you had to continue to search. With that in mind, you pushed yourself to walk a little faster. People said this was a really tiny town, but to you it felt absolutely gigantic. Especially, how old are you? Like, probably like 9 years old. If you like Liz is like 11 or 10, something like that, you're probably like 9 or 8. Probably took you a while to walk that far down the street. Eventually, the business part of town ended. There was no sidewalk anymore, only a long, expansive road. You walked on the grass instead. All was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. Right at the city limits. Goodness gracious, how far have you walked? Your feet hurt, you were tired, you were on your own, but somehow you reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. You had lived in Sunset Bird forever, and it was a very rare occasion that you would see this sign. Most everything in your life happened inside the city limits. The endless road ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you, and you finally put an end to your forward momentum. You scanned your surroundings instead of dwelling on that. You deeply hoped that he wouldn't have gone past the sign either. Cove? Are you here? The previous times you called out his name, there had been no answer. You couldn't be surprised that one didn't come this time either, until Pascal, a dark blob just behind one of the exit signs' legs shifted. You squinted as it continued to move. The more you stared, the more your eyes adjusted, and the more that dark blob seemed to resemble a person. Then you realized who it was. It was Cove. He was here. You actually found him. Oh, he's got green backpack. His green backpack. Not green. His blue backpack. In Japanese, actually, the word for green and blue used to be the same word. Ao is still used to refer to Ao, which is originally common translated as blue. It's still used to refer to green stuff in Japanese. Sometimes, like the green on the stoplight is referred to as Ao instead of Midori. Hesitantly got up from somewhere he had been sitting as if to make sure he had actually heard something. I think I've read before that some cultures, besides Japanese cultures, some of them don't distinguish between green and blue. I mean, they're kind of similar. Then he caught sight of you, his eyes wide behind his glasses. There you are. Are you crazy? I'm so happy you're here. I've been looking everywhere for you. I knew you'd be here. You were stunned. You were just as stunned, and it left you silent. I knew you'd be here. Cole finally blinked as you ran up to him, your foot still aching. How did you find me? Lizzie told me that you wrote your letter that you were leaving. You always wanted to go back home, so I thought you must have come this way. Oh, and that was all he said after all this. Maybe he didn't realize how seriously the adults were taking it. What are you gonna do now? Are you okay? We should head back now. What are you gonna do now? I'm gonna keep going. He spoke firmly and his gaze turned towards the long stretch of road leaving town. Everyone's looking for you. That caused attention. He frowned at you. They are? Yeah, the whole neighborhood. Lizzie told me they might have even called the police. You might even get arrested. What? Why? I don't know. Because you tried to run away, probably. I mean, you won't be arrested. You would just be brought back. I'm not going to be arrested. Although Cole said that, he looked a little worried over the news. Come on, Cove, let's go home. Oh. Oh? This is, this kind of reminds me of, what's that one? How's it go? No. Oh, I see how, yeah, that's how it goes. No. Oh, I see how it is. Rapunzel knows best. Rapunzel's so mature now. Cove knows best. Cove is so mature now. It's from Tangled, the reprise for Mother Knows Best and Rapunzel that Mother Gothel sings. He spoke crossly. You were thirsty and exhausted. You weren't sure you could keep going back and forth about this. Why not? How come? Why? Why could we just go? You stupid. I don't understand why you can't go back. Yeah, like the way he just said, no. I'm like, oh. Okay, I see how it is. It makes me turn to Mother Gothel. Let's see. How come? How come? Your question called for them to waver, but not budge. At first, Cole was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called me today to check on me and stuff. She asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. It was okay. But when she asked if she'll come here... Wait, when I asked if she'll come here, Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either. Not right now. She has to move to somewhere else first. Clove glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued. Why can't I see her anymore? Oh. He used his uncasted arm to rub both of his eyes. I'm gonna go by myself. I don't need anyone to take me. Oh. How you gonna get to your mom's place? That's such a bad idea. This is all too much, and you started to cry. Do you know the directions to your old house? You're just being selfish. That's so. Don't say that. Don't say he's being selfish. He is grieving, and he's still trying to process this. Divorce is hard on people. How you gonna get to your mom's place? He just wanted to see his mom. I don't know. He just wants to see his mom. Poor baby. Maybe you wouldn't have. Maybe you would have had the idea to run away too if you were Cove. But that doesn't mean it will work. I'll just walk there. I brought supplies. Isn't it really far? Cove was silent for a moment. You poked a hole in this perfect plan. Yeah, you gotta poke holes in it and realize you just can't do this by himself. He shook his head, like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't get to see Mom, and she's... Fresh tears glistened in Cole's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but they slipped down his cheeks. Oh, poor baby. What is it? Mom doesn't call that much. I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccup, wiping his face with the back of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about me. Oh, she won't do that. She won't forget about you. She wouldn't do that. Exactly. She wouldn't do that. How do you know? She's your mom. She loves you. Your mom's always said that. So it must be true for Cole's mom, too. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You know, people have terrible parents, but she didn't leave you. You and your father just didn't. I mean, not you and your father. She and your father just couldn't work things out. That doesn't mean that she don't love you either. Cole sniffled. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure if that's right. You at a standstill. Everything will be okay if we just go home. We can't stay here together and we can't go out there. We gotta go back. And we'll stay out here. I'm not gonna go back. I'm not gonna say everything will be okay if we just go home. We can't stay here forever and we can't go out there. We gotta go back. Then we'll stay out here. I'm not gonna go back. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I wasn't ready to decide my answer yet. Actually, I kind of want to do this one. They won't stay out here. I'm not gonna go back. I mean, I do want to do that. I mean, I feel like this is the most like fun answer to choose. But if I was that age and I was like this, I'd probably say this one instead. I'd probably say we can't stay here forever. We can't go out there. We gotta go back. I don't know, but I like this one more, so I'm just gonna do it. His lower lip trembled at your declaration. Are you sure? You don't have to. You can still go home without me. You didn't leave a letter or anything. I'm sure. Thanks. Aw. You're pretty nice. Look at him. He's so cute. Look at his little awkward smile. I've never seen this one. I love it. You're pretty nice. Oh, it's so cute. You weren't sure how to react to that. You guessed it was okay that you were getting along right now. Wow. If you choose disinterested on the sentence level in the beginning, you really are disinterested. You don't care how you feel. You don't care how anything. You don't care about anything. You guessed it was okay that you were getting along right now. I mean, like, you can't have any emotion to that. Come on now. And that was that from him. Maybe I should have chose fawn instead at the beginning instead of saying disinterested. And that was that from him. So cute! Both of you shuffled toward the side. He sat near it again and you followed, crossing your legs under yourself. He zipped open his backpack and offered you a snack, which you took. You hadn't had dinner, so you were hungry. There was a feeling of camaraderie in the silence as you ate. Do you think they called the police after all? Everyone must be still looking for Cole and you too now. No, probably not. He didn't sound so confident though. You still hope he was. You still hope he was right. You didn't want to go to jail. You weren't sure how much time had passed. All you knew was at the moment you were letting your eyelids droop for hiding your Cove under the sun, and the next you were being snapped back to attention by the blaring beep of a horn. Cove froze. You whooped around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The headlights were so blinding. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed near where you sat. The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. Mom, he shouted back. And not just because there was some distance between you and her. She's probably upset. Uh, what are you kids doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you. We were gonna come back later, but she stopped looking at you, instead staring hard straight ahead. Both her hands was gripping the wheel. Guilt ate you up from the inside. Get in. Let's get you to home. That at least made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you done today. You yanked open the side door, slipped inside the back seat, then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb in too. He followed in wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked at you and Cove from the rearview mirror. The two of you had us extremely worried. That wasn't a good thing to do. Not at all. Shamefaced, you both nodded as one. Sorry, Mrs. Whitlock. I'm sorry, Mom. She softened immediately. Not enough to actually let it go, though. You have to apologize to everyone else, too. With that, Mom started the car up again and you were off. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of the engine stopping. You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after, putting his backpack on again. Cove locked the car door and motioned the two of you towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Mama appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness, you found both of them. Yes, I did. They were at the actual end of the town, right under the now leaving sign. What were you doing this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. His eyes were puffing. There were dry tear tracks stuck to his cheeks. I wanted to see my mom. Pascal came to get me. Your mom shed a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. You wondered if they could read each other's minds. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Could she be outside somewhere searching for Cove still? Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room, fast asleep, the same way you should have been. She came back earlier. She said you went out looking for Cove after accidentally finding out he was missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but she was worried. Said she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but she couldn't find Cove. You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mama noticed the discomfort. You two must be sleeping. You can sit down wherever you like. Mama smiled warmly and motioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her and then lumbered over, and you followed close behind. The living room wasn't far, it was right by a wall, so you heard your mom talking softly. He wanted to go see his mother. Oh, poor thing. That explains it, at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots. I'll call and then go to the front to tell everyone still out there. You keep an eye on the kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hon. Cole just sat down on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He steadied his hands. This is so weird. What is? Everyone looking for me. They all know I tried to leave. I kind of want to run away again and not come back this time, so I don't have to see them again. Hey, maybe I should try that. That ain't gonna help. They'll forgive you. Please don't run away again. They'll forgive you. Maybe. Before you could say anything else, the front door opened. Your mom was back with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on the sun. Cove? God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail. His eyes were darkened, like he'd been crying too. Oh, Mr. Holden. Cove stared up at his dad, his eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good. That's good. I'm so glad to hear that. He claps his hands on his shoulder, son's shoulder, attempting to smile, but the corner of his lips twitched in spasm as if they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Close seemed to have that effect on him. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy you're alright too, Pascal. He looked at both your moms. Thanks for the help, as always. He laughed pitifully. And I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoons with this. I can't apologize enough. It's no trouble, Cliff, really. It couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. Besides, you weren't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today. Exactly. We're just happy the kids are safe and sound. Not for the first time today, you recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought since he mumbled an apology. Sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore. Promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to the promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine. That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and muzzled his hair playfully. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand over his shoulder while he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see him off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow, but he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold. Thanks, Pascal. You're welcome, Cove. A tiny smile flickered across his lips, there, and then gone. And with that, Cove left. Mama closed the door behind him. You're practically dead on your feet at this point. Your fatigue must have been obvious since your mom sent you right to bed with no more discussion of what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until the next morning. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a dream, but it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them showed that. After breakfast you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. They were none too pleased that you went out to find Cove on your own. As punishment? As punishment, you're about to go your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch the shows with you around, but she adjusted. Excuse me. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your mom reminded you that you weren't punished you for no reason. It was dangerous to go on your own so late, and without telling anyone. You could have gotten hurt, or worse. As upset as you were, you understood. Y'all would have never found it if it weren't for me. Well, actually, that's not true. You still found us what I'll be telling you, so that's not true. But still, I didn't do anything that bad. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. You didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Cove forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word they used you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Still, as they always did, days continued to pass. So did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal, as they had to. Summer kept going, And you kept having your experiences you shared with Cove. Okay, three more, three more memories, and then we can end the summer. You've been brought up along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. The park near your house, with its lonely playground equipment, wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expanse of grass and trees that lay before you now. As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, so you soaked up the environment. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Shiloh, and Cove. Today it was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get together, luring people from all over the local area with the promise of barbecue and fireworks. Your family and Cove were just two of many. What seemed like dozens of cars were parked up already when you had arrived. You saw Cove hesitate when he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mommy, Lizzie bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing excitement. The crowd made you nervous. You couldn't wait for the fireworks. You looked forward to meeting more kids. You'd rather stay at home. Your tummy was already rumbling for food to come. That's me right there. I am always ready for food. Anytime I can eat, especially if it's a barbecue, I can't wait for that food to be ready. It was gonna be so good. Mama had told you that people running the community event weren't charging for it, but she wanted to get them something in return. Which is why you had not been allowed to touch the beautifully iced cupcakes she had carried on her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she clutched the box tight enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone's amusement. I want some cupcakes. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from his car's trunk. You bet there had been no such dramatics around the cargo getting here in one piece, but the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mama's treasured cupcakes. Okie dokie, everyone all set? Should be. Cove, did you put the sunscreen on before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Mr. Holden deflated, his attendant campus sun debuffed, but he always triumphed with a smile. Good, kid. I don't want you to get burned or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day. I don't know. Cope doesn't seem like the person that would burn to me. I mean, he seemed kind of tan, right? Is that just me? He seemed kind of tan. I thought he tanned instead of burned. I mean, you should still put on sunscreen anyway, no matter how your skin complexion is, because sun damage can still damage your skin and get you, you know, God forbid, cancer. But I didn't think he would be the type to burn. Don't think there's gonna be any risk of that second part. What was the second part? I missed it. Oh, okay. Mom nodded at the tables up ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drink. She was right. There was plenty to go around. The parents headed over, with you, Liz, and Cole trailing after them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there, chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar: chilled meat, sliced vegetables, big bags of chips, but there was a lot that you didn't recognize. Your mom said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. You didn't see the home, just take it a little. You want to listen to their rules. You don't want to risk getting caught. You just in the harm and just take it just a little bit. Just a little bit. If you could nab something and pop it into your mouth without anyone noticing, no one could be upset. You chose to grab a baby tomato, a small carrot, cocktail sausage, a rolled piece of ham, potato chip, tortilla chip. If I just take a chip and eat it, nothing could go wrong. You put the whole thing in your mouth and chewed as surreptitiously as you could manage. Cove definitely caught what you were up to. Luckily, he seemed to think it was funny and only smirked quietly. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they brought. Mama gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since that topic's at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? Yeah, that'd be great. Along with the ones out, there was a giant ice cooler on the ground stuffed full of cans of soda, boxed juices, and milk, as well as bottles of water. Your drink was soda, water, juice, milk. Juice. I love juice so much. I do not like soda. I used to drink milk all the time until I almost started to develop a cavity from all the sugar. And then I just stopped drinking milk, like straight. You slurped the sweet juice through the straw until all too soon you were only sucking up air. Juice is my favorite drink, besides tea. Your little group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips, pantomiming enjoyment. That hit the spot, but you kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to other parts of the park today. Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound directed at her, but she was scanning the surroundings, nodding her head towards a group of kids like a general directing a battalion. She pointed the way. Come on, let's go over there. Cole's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults. The new kids clearly not favor the latter option, but ultimately he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after Lizzie. You went to play with the other kids too. You followed after Lizzie and Cole, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of parents. If it was me now, like, well, I'm an adult now, but if it was me when I was like, 15, 16, 17, like 14, 15, 16, 17, I would probably be staying with my parents instead of playing with the other children because I'm a little shy. But at that age, I was really excited to play with other people. You followed after Lizzie and Cole, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of parents. Hurry up! You picked up the pace, moving into a jog, but when Lizzie pelted away at full speed, you and Cole had no choice but to break out into a run. The other kids were far too out of the field. Still, at your speed, it wasn't long until you reached them. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers. Hi, I'm Lizzie. This is my little brother Pascal. The one with the Cactus Cove. Hi. Cole simply lifted a hand in greeting. There was a chorus of hellos and names from the other kids. One of the kids looked to be about Lizzie's age or older. A couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with his arms folded over his chest. What are you up to? The first kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers, who introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked to the others. Not much. The second kid piped up. Lisa had half her face obscured behind huge glasses she wore. We haven't decided yet. She glanced wistfully over her shoulder. Following her gaze, you saw the spray of water first, and heard the shriek as someone got splashed in the face before you spotted the person shooting them. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guessed that was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. So that's out. A new kid raced over. With his glint in her eyes, and her braids streaming behind her, you spotted a plastic orange pistol in her hand too late when the trigger had already been pressed. Ah! Rude! Hey! Lizzie had been caught first, was fuming. Cole wiped the water from his face. You rubbed your ear, trying to dislodge the water that had been pooled there. Don't spray people! Yeah, that was what I would say. You were with Lizzie. It was mean to spray people who weren't playing, too. The girl simply darted off to find more victims, unaffected by your reaction. She doesn't mean anything by it. Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl not meaning anything by it didn't change the fact that she'd been sprayed. Cove looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up as she had an idea. Hey, we should catch her. She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everybody. Yeah. Cove nodded as the other kids murmured with their interest or lack of it in the game. Let's do it. That doesn't sound like a good idea to me. Okay. You nodded along. No thanks, you shook your head. Okay. You joined the group of kids and tearing off after the girl with the pistol. Spun you all over the shoulder, she laughed and shot her pistol in the air. Only a couple dropped squeezed out. Uh-oh. She ran out of the ammo. She swerved, causing discord within your team as someone stood on your foot and you collided with the cold shoulder. Sorry. He frowned but didn't say anything as he kept an eye on his target. You were closing in on the girl, but you weren't alone. Liz's face was set with intent, and the two older kids were hot on her heels too. You outran them easily. You outran them with effort. You weren't as fast as them because they were speeding. You weren't as fast as them because you just weren't fast. You moved to the side to let them pass. You don't want to win this race. Was I a fast child? I think I was. You outran them with effort. You pushed yourself, willing your legs to move just that bit faster. You were close, and then you tackled her to the ground. You did it! Uh-oh, I feel like she's gonna complain, though. The girl who had been caught giggled as she got to her feet. Oh, no, she's happy about it. Brushing strands of grass from her knees. Smiling Cole came to a stop at your side. Lizzie whooped with delight, clapping her hands. The boy with the bright sneakers grinned. You're it now. Catch us if you can. Yeah. I'll do it. You can't get away from me. With that, you all dispersed, squealing and laughing as you tried to evade capture. The sour mood from earlier had evaporated entirely, replaced by a light and playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up to your nose. Barbecue. Caught by surprise, you looked up and found that the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange as the sun sunk. Bye, it was cool playing. Yep, bye. Bye. You waved goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. As the three of you approached the tables, your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Ooh, that's quite a cough. Are you alright, sweetie? You nodded confidently. I'm fine. No, you shook your head. I'm fine. Are you sure? No one needs to go up to the grills if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need. There was no response from the other two kids here. I can get it myself, Mommy. I can do it. You marched over to the grills. Can you get it for me? Could you please get it for me? Hung your head, moving no closer to the smoking grills. I can do it. Alright, but tell me if it gets too much for you. The main thing being served is kebabs. You're gonna have whatever you like on it. There's different meats and veggies. As you approached, you found a vast array of bits and pieces ready to be skewered and served up. You chose. Ooh. I choose. Let's see. What would I like? I don't really like grilled breasts that much. I'm pretty sure like the type of chicken that would probably be eaten on a kebab is a breast, and I don't like grilled breast that much. I like beef, onions. Maybe I can have some chicken, peppers, zucchini. That's everything. Sounds good to me. The veggies will be good for you. Order given, you waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again. I heard what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Noticed that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having? Why does it matter? I don't know, I'm just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables except onions. Lizzie hummed while evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess, but chicken is definitely the better one. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. All the chicken in the world? Chicken is the worst. This is a stupid argument. Chicken's the best choice. I would be like that. All the chicken in the world? No, that's dumb. You know what I mean. No, that's dumb. You know what I mean. I know it was stupid, but it was still fun. Liz appeared over the grills where the kebabs were being handed out. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. They're coming over. Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. I didn't make the wrong choice. That isn't a wrong choice. We all make good choices. Same to you, Lizzie. Same to you, Lizzie. She stuck out her tongue and retort. The person serving gave your mommy one final kebab, and your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, one for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. We got the goods. Cove's dad is looking for a place we can sit. In the meantime, they began passing out kebabs to their rightful owners. Liz smiled smugly as she received hers. Yeah, all the chicken in the world. You know what I mean. Like, yeah, that's the best thing to say. I would say that all the time to annoy my siblings. And we get mad at each other. Lord, these are pretty big, so be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourselves at the ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Here and there, you tentatively push the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like a point of a newly sharpened pencil. Though it didn't hurt your hand, you didn't want to get scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mama clicked her tongue. It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially with the smaller kids. There aren't even plates for everyone, so we can set the food down for a second. Well, that's what you get for a price. That's what you get for the price of free. Well, we can hack it, right? Liza nodded her head vigorously, clutching a kebab like a trophy. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been sent to scout one out. The benches were quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of the sitting area. He beckoned your group over to join him. You clambered onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Further along the table, Cole perched next to his dad while Lizzie took the space next to you. Your mom passed the final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden. Thanks, this looks delicious. Thank you for getting us a space out here. Everyone tucked into their food. You gobbled it up eagerly, only partially obstructed by the awkwardness of eating from a skewer. Yeah, I would always be nervous of eating like that. But I guess you're supposed to eat it sideways instead of like... I don't know, my first thought is to eat a kebab from the tip down. I've always been scared of that because I'm like, what if I poke myself? But I guess you're supposed to eat it horizontal and eat the meat off sideways. That makes much more sense. Running off with the other kids had helped you work up an appetite. Mr. Holden, what do you do? Well, I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you count mini golf. One look at Liz's stricken face confirmed that she did not. What's the difference between golf and mini golf? I don't know the difference. Is golf not considered real golf by true golf players like Lizzie? She could enjoy the occasional round at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress. But your sister took her passion very seriously. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Oh, I didn't. I didn't even realize the pun. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. I get it. I love puns. People might think they're cringe, but I love dad jokes. Cove groaned at the people pun. Mom chuckled. You were sure she was responding to the joke? Cove's annoyance or Liz's offense? Just as well. She might. Just as well. She'd be dragging you to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cole looked from his father to your sister, lost in the conversation. Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it. Oh, I don't get. Okay, I'm not getting these puns. Wait, I understand the first one, but I didn't get this one at all. You need good drive or two to get far. That was a fun too. A drive is a type of golf shot. Yeah, I would not have gotten that either. You should give real golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Liz again gave a dirty look at the accusation. Mama felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated. That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer is appreciated. Then tell me something you do already. You just go away every day. I like scuba diving, though with the business, that's more work than play these days. Surfing, reading, snorkeling. Those are things Code likes. Wow, that's a good thing you live by the beach. You stay quiet. Hum. Those are things Cove likes. Wow, it's a good thing you live by the beach. I'll say this. Don't I know it? I have nightmares about moving inland. That's not a good joke. The sun had been setting when you got your food, and by the time you finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, more than the sum of its parts. The seasoning and freedom to choose every ingredient yourself was what made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mama had held up a water bottle. Okay, now that the food is gone, you need to wash your hands. You need to wash your hands. Lizzie, please hold them out. Not Pascal. Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. Mama splashed some water over her fingers and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Here. Mom passed a paper towel from her purse, and Lizzie used a drawer for hands. Your turn, Pascal. You readily held out your hands to catch the water, but gradually you lift your hands up. You didn't move. I didn't need to. There's no point in being stubborn. Copying Lizzie, you washed your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. And I hate having stuff on my fingers anyway. I wouldn't be that person that doesn't want to wash their hands. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants and leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Mr. Holder shook his head. My mother would be so upset at me if she saw me do that. She hates it when I do that. She hates it when I rub my hands on my pants or touch anything else with sticking hands on with stuff on my hands. She hates it. Let's clean that off, pal. He scrubbed at the fabric with a scrunched up napkin. Dad, it's not that bad. When everyone's cleaned up, right, or as clean as they could be with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up. Let's go make one last check of the colors and restock on the drinks before the fireworks show. No time. We have to get a good spot. Everyone's gonna be taken. How about I go ahead and save the space again? You can meet up with me in the field after getting the drinks. Then I'm going with Cove's dad. I'll find the perfect place. Sure thing. I could use an extra pair of eyes. Mama shook her head ruefully at Liz's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude. Yeah. All right. Me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and Pascal, do you want to go get the drinks? Okay. You nodded. As Mama, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden headed off to the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you joined Cove and Mom to return to the cooler where you picked up the drinks earlier. Even as you approached, you suspected that you wouldn't be able to find much in it. What had been originally been stuck to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice, which had cushioned the drinks and kept them cool, was largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. The drinks had remained looked the drinks that remained looked like bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of some more colorful amongst them. Mom rummaged around in the cooler, evacuating a couple of juice boxes from the bottom in the process. Aha! Pascal, Cove, can you take one of those? You can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. You took the juice box for yourself. I could share the juice box. No, I'm sorry. I'm selfish. I'm being selfish today. At that age, I would probably just take this juice box for myself. I got it first. Um, Cove hesitated, but decided to take the juice box for himself. Take a juice box for himself. When you were each loaded up on your chosen drink, plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone began to ring. She juggled the water bottles over into the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy. Hold tight while I get this. Hey, hon, how's it going? Did you find a perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, punctuated by uh-huns, as Mommy gave her directions. Catching your eye, she gestured towards the grassy area. We've got a place. Come on, we better hurry before the show starts. You and Cole jogged over to your mom, who led you through the field and the separate groups of people assembled there back to the rest of your families. Hello, we're here, and we come bearing drinks. No, there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over the spare drinks. You gave Lizzie a bottle of water, but she only had eyes for your juice box. Pascal and Cove have juice. They helped get the drinks. You got to pick where we sat. Don't be selfish. I'm not. Good. Then you're going to thank us for bringing you your very own water bottle. Thanks. Once everyone had been equipped with the beverage for the big event, you sat on the grass near your family and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their number was steadily decreasing as their parents called them over and restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved between the groups, pausing ever so often. You nudged Lizzie and pointed. What are they doing? It looks like they handed something out. I can't make what it is. I hope it's not drinks. Mama chuckled, but Lizzie and Cole were now watching the bestower of mystery goods keenly. Are they gonna come to us too? Mom softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulders as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, eyes locked on a potential prize. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. You were intrigued. Studying the man with the box closely as he gradually meandered nearer, you could make out that he was handing out small items to most of the groups he stopped at. It seemed to be too short to be water bottles, but beyond that, it remained a mystery. And the box man made his way over to the group. Evening. I'm handing out dessert. Any takers? There's dessert? Lizzie squealed, hopping up off the ground. The man chuckled. Ooh, I loved this stuff. I love when going out to, I think it was probably at school when we would have field days. We had this cup of ice cream that was kind of soft, and you peeled the lid off the top, and you just take a spoon and just eat out the cup of ice cream. I love that. Oh, that's such a fun childhood memory. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Ice cream's on the menu, vanilla flavor with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup. Nice. Not for me though, thanks. Same, but the offer's appreciated. I want chocolate. Can I have strawberry? And a strawberry for me too, please. Now you were going to have to make a decision, chocolate or strawberry. I hated, not hated, I hate strawberry ice cream. I do not like it. I don't think fruit should be in an ice cream. I'm sorry, I don't. Chocolate. I'm gonna speak for myself. I'm not shy. Reaching into the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. It came packaged in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon stuck to the paper lid. The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way. Thank you, kids. Are you gonna thank that nice man too? There was a chorus of thanks. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group, considering how many he had to get to. He peeled back the tab. Yep, I remember that little tab that was with the ice cream. Got covered the ice cream and got right into the unexpected treat. Yep, it tasted amazing. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. I kind of want to eat some. I kind of want to buy some just to have that nostalgia again. Lizzie munched away happily, but it was ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at her mama and pulled on her pants. I didn't get any strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please? Of course, sweetie. Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mama presented her with a dollop of the ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Yes. That is very true. Sorbet is the only thing with fruit I would eat. Sorbet or sherbet. Sherbet even ice cream. I don't even know if sherbet's ice cream. But sorbet, yeah, that's the only thing with fruit I would eat. Mommy, come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheek, then dug her spoon in again and held it out to you. I just can't resist. Pascal, would you like some of mine? He's got a couple of ice cream to eat already. But that's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. I passed on the bite. I'm sorry, I don't like it. No, if she gave me chocolate, I would happily take the bite. I'm not listening to you because I think it's too much. I just don't like the flavor. See, Pascal knows how it is. Doesn't hurt to ask. Cole watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head and a fond smile on her face. Well, you better give me at least some. You better at least give me some too. You could have gotten your own if you wanted some ice cream. What? What? The kids have ice cream already, and now they're getting some of yours to boot, and I have nothing. Now is when you decide to be firm. Laughing, Mommy fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could have never actually followed through with being tough. There, all better now? Yes. That's so cute. Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm okay. I'm still okay, but thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, It's only fair that you get the choice too. Cole shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mama smiled. Okay, as long as no one's feeling left out. Mom is so sweet. I love Mommy. Mom is so sweet. Mom was always so nice to everyone. Yeah, she's so sweet. I love Mommy. You know, I would love both my moms, but Mom is definitely the nicer one. She's right about that. And then the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hit the crescendo with an explosion. The pot flashed as if it a light. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the firework cracked into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone else looked up to the skies. Another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. The event was thrilling. It was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. The loud noises hurt your ears. You covered them with your hands. It was kind of neat. Shrunk back on your knees to your chest. It was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. Cove sat by his dad, captivated by the sky, sparkles and flashes overhead. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you and even gave you a thumbs up when you noticed you looking over. Mama hopped to her feet, pulling Mama with her, pushing her into joining Lizzie and jumping up and down with every crack of the firework. Oh, that's so cute. Mama then bent down to offer you a hand too. I got up to join your family. You got up to join your family back in Cove to join. Yeah, let's pass the torch around. Cove, you are so. Cove ignored your invite, choosing to stay outside your circle. Come on, Cove. He brushed his rebuff off easily, washed away by the way your mom's face lit up, literally and metaphorically, as you approached. The four of you shrieked and leapt along with the sparkles in the sky, not trying to contain your joy at experiencing the sights together. The fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arched into the air, others shooting straight from the ground and shattering into the millions tiny specks. Every color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens and blues that could rival the ocean. You eventually noticed that at some point Mr. Holden had let Cove perch atop his shoulders. Or more likely, Cove had been persuaded to give it a try. Still, Cove's face was covered with a wide smile that matched his father's own. You imagined the view from way up there was pretty impressive. It was also nice that they were going along for once. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled every inch of the sky. The twinkling lights represented the full spectrum of the rainbow. Pretty. As the final glittering embers dissolved into the night, you released a deep breath. The after image was still burned into your retinas, leaping up behind your eyelids with every blink. Within a minute, the image had been lost. Within a minute, the image had been lost, but it was burned deeper still in your mind. You had been so focused on the show that your foot had gone numb beneath you, and it was only when you attempted to stand that you felt the tingling sensation of blood rushing back to your toes. Cove was on the ground again, your eyes locked momentarily, and you turned back to your family. The news that Cove and his dad would be coming to you to the once-a-year event had been great. You could admit now that it hadn't been as bad as you feared, but it would take more than not actively ruining one event for you to consider Cove a friend. Wow, disinterested really makes you act so disinterested. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You took in your giddy family, their spirits buoyed by the firework display, and smiled. This had been a pretty special night. Okay, 2 more. It's like, let's see. We are 3 hours in already. Wow, that's crazy. Well, I can't stop now. I have to keep going. The night was incredibly still. You really couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You you could even hear Liz's snore in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip up right past you. You flicked through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. You thought a lot about what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up to you. Then you heard some scrape against the window. It wasn't that common for the wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes. But the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed like it became. It was like someone was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. None was there. Then you can see at least. You had to investigate the mysterious sound. It was too creepy to ignore. That would be me. You practically jumped out of bed and crept downstairs to go outside. Your moms were still awake. They stayed up so late it seemed. Luckily they were watching TV and didn't hear the soft click of the front door open as you slipped past. I feel like this living room was kind of wide open though. It's like, I mean, they're watching TV, but like if they're sitting on the couch right here, and I'm coming, like I assume that the stairs are like kind of right here by the front door, and I'm coming out this way, and I go to the front door like that. It's like they should be able to see me, but maybe they're just so glued to the TV. You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking over each house. Okay, I didn't expect that choosing to investigate the noise would take me all the way outside the house. I would be like lifting up the window, looking out the window to see what's there. I wouldn't have expected to be going outside the house, trying to check every single house to see what was going on. It looked normal, but it didn't feel that way. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. It was exhilarating. It made you regret your decision. It scared you. I mean, at this age, it would probably scare me. You know what had come over you. If something bad had happened, no one would know where you had gone, and the thought of that made your stomach tighten in fear. The ease with which you had slipped out only seemed to make you feel worse. Your moms didn't need to be vigilant, because they had trusted you not to do exactly what you were doing. Pascal. Oh, a new outfit. Okay. He got a sweater on. Nice. You twitched at the sudden call, immediately calming down upon seeing Cole walking up to you. It was strange, and yet also completely normal to have him appear like this right now. What are you doing? I saw you standing around in the middle of the street from my window. You weren't sleeping either? Why not? Cole turned up his lips to a smile, as if he were almost amused by the question. Because? Because what? You should be in bed. Did you hear a weird noise? I'm glad you're out here. Did you hear a weird noise? You could tell you hit a nail on the head by the way his eyes widened. Yeah, you knew? I heard it too. That's why you came out, huh? I know, like I like how baggy and how the bottom of his sleeves and his sweater is. Hope hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. Did it scare you? A little. Let's be honest, a little bit. Let's downplay it though. Me too. Me too. The two of you delicately smiled at that. Kobe even chuckled a bit. It was nice that both of you felt the same way about things. I was wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it was a person? What if it's something that's not a person? Unsettling noise suddenly rushed through the air. Corbin, you flinched. Sounds even worse than before. You were about to agree with him when the noise came yet again, tearing through the still night. The two of you rapidly looked around, trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no sign of an answer to his puzzle. You thought, Dad. It had to be a ghost. Invisible, creepy thing luring children from their beds. It had to be a monster. You were torn between the curiosity of discovering what the noise really was and being scared enough to want to run straight home and hide under the bed covers. Hey, can you tell me where it's coming from?
Not really.
Then we'll have to look. Then we'll have to look more somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something. Okay, let's go. Two of you walked along the familiar streets of your neighborhood, sharing the sidewalk and whatever amount of courage you had between each other. Shadows cut corners and angles where you didn't expect them, distorting your features as you saw every day. The noise came again, shrill and hard. It set your teeth on edge the way it ground its way through you. Cole's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened in the dim light. You stayed frozen to the spot. You took a deep breath to calm yourself. You comforted him. You offered him your hand. You focused straight ahead. We have to be in this together. We're still alright, Cove. None's coming for us. You grinned at him and coaxed a weak smile back from him in exchange. You were just as scared as he was, and you both knew the both of you were struggling right now. Cove shut his eyes and pressed his lips together.
So,
Where do you want to check? Probably the hills. That'll make the most sense. The hills behind my house. You and Cove ascended the hill, lit only by stars in the night sky. The wind rippled through the grass and ruffled your hair. Without the sun's light to translate what you were seeing, every bush in the distance looked like a creepy figure, a towering monster. The noise was just as loud here as it was in the neighborhood, with just as little indication behind the cause. But you kept going forward. You ran away. You stuck back to your neighborhood quietly. We're already in this so deep, we have to keep going forward. You couldn't stop when you'd already gone so far. Exactly. You had to find out what was going on. The top of the hill was an excellent vantage point to survey the town from. Everything appeared normal. There was no out-of-place sight pinpointing the answer to this mystery. Without visible markers to guide your way, you suppose it was up to you and Cove to deduce the source of the sound. The hill had many great hiding places. Whoosh. And you intended to check them all. You upturned rocks, peered through trees. Upturned rocks? How would we find anything underneath rocks? Peered through trees, rummaged in the thick grass for anything that might bring some closure on all this. Despite your thorough searching, you turned up nothing amiss. At this point, I'll probably be getting irritated. We're frustrated by the lack of progress. The noise raised so many questions, and you would have been unable to get any answers. Being bested like this was infuriating. Well, whatever the noise was, you were confident that you had established that it was not coming from the hill. Once you were satisfied none out of the ordinary was to be found on the hill, you had to consider your next step. Well, check. Now that I'm thinking about it, it might be the swings. The swing set and the wind, it might be having a creak sound, like. So maybe we should save that for last. You figure you check the beach out too. The beach stretched out in front of you, none in sight along its sands, no matter which way you turn. Part of you had imagined the noise as some creature from the deep, washed up washed up on shore and calling for aid. That theory had to be taken off the list for now. Still, you spent enough time on the shore to know that the real finds often required a sharp eye and careful attention. The sound was no more than a whimper now. Emboldened, you kept your head high and walked along the sand. Let's see if anything's here. Cove began to comb to the beach for clues. You followed suit. The angry wind sent grains of sand rolling across the beach like waves. You stayed clear of the water, which was rough and choppy tonight, and you scoured the area for hints as to what might be happening. You were too wrapped up in your own search and imagining the possibilities behind the noise to pay attention to what Cole was up to. Though you occasionally glanced up to make sure he hadn't vanished. You saw the light You saw a little white point jutting out amongst the sand. You went down and brushed the grains away, like the archaeologist on TV, covering a conical shell. You ran your fingers over the bumps and curves, admiring the little shell. Holding it over your ear, you heard the usual waves. Though you find, though your find was undoubtedly special, it was unconnected to mysterious noise. That was okay. That meant you could take it home safely and add it to your collection. As you contemplated your options, it occurred to you that you hadn't heard the noise for a while. Cove, I think it's gone. Cove perked up at this. You watched as he listened for the scary sound that had become the background noise to your venture. You both stood awkwardly in the now silent night. Without the mysterious call to lead you, there wasn't a reason to stay out here any longer. Oh, I want to check the park though. Oh, well, we could check the park next time we play. The night was still as you walked home, with none of the usual background noises or eerie whistle from before. You could hear every step you and Cole made like a cough in a movie theater. The two of you came to a halt outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous. Now to sneak back inside. Do you sneak out a lot? This is the first time. Not really. Okay, I mean, if I lived in a place like this, I probably would sneak out a little bit. I've only lived in the city. I live in a suburb now, but most of the city. I've never snuck out of the house before. But if I lived near a beach, in the park and things like that, I might sneak out. But yeah, I'll say this is my first time. Yeah, I've never tried to do it until now. I've always seen people on TV sneak out, and I'm like, how do y'all do that? I see people climb out their windows. I've always lived on well, actually that's not true. I've lived on the first floor before, so I could sneak out my window if I wanted to. But I think I have screens. I think I have a screen on my window that I can't move. I have to see. Even if I want to go through the window, I could go through the front door. I mean, I've opened the door before and no one's ever said anything. I've always opened the door to make sure that it's, if I need to go outside to get something in the car, if I left something in the car, or if I wanted to look outside. So I'm pretty sure if I opened the door and left, I'm pretty sure I could probably go somewhere else. Yeah, I've never tried to do it until now. Thought so. How did you know? I hadn't seen you out of my window this late before. That was fair. No, it could have been possible you were just so good at sneaking that this is the first time he caught you. Are you worried about getting caught? He was so forthright that you believe him completely. But your dad, won't he get mad or sad if he catches you? He's never happy with what I do. Don't say that. Oh. I don't know how to react to that. Not knowing how to respond, you went back to the staring at the front door. Cole, Mr. Holt is trying his best. He's trying to... And he understands that you're going through the tough time right now. I'm pretty sure he's not mad at you. Alright, I'm going in. Okay, good night. Good night. You turn the doorknob as slowly as the clock's minute hand, holding your breath for the telltale click of the lock and nudge to open. When all that happened was the door opening, rather than the blaring alarms that you had feared, you melted with relief. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching TV. Weirder still, it looked like they were on the same show as they were watching before you left. Yet you're positive you have been out investigating for hours. Perhaps you could use a distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you would be safe from suspicion. But how could you get there? I feel like in this, okay, I have snuck around the house late at night before when my mom was like, you should be in bed. So I've always, in that situation, if I know that my parents are nearby, I pretend that I was just coming down the stairs, right? Just just coming down like maybe for a late night drink or snack. If they were upstairs sleeping, I would try to sneak up the stairs, trying to be. I've always had stairs that creaked, so I've had to like, and I've had floors that creaked, so I had to walk quietly so people don't hear. The house that I live in right now it doesn't have creaky floors, but some of the houses I lived in before had creaky floors and creaky stairs, so I had to be quiet. But if the parents are out and about, I need to pretend that I was just, I was just walking around. Exactly. Sometimes the best thing you do is hide in plain sight. You strode across the room in the direction of the staircase. Pascal? Your moms knew you were up, but they had no idea why. They abandoned the couch and they showed her hurry over. They were still in a state of surprise. You weren't in trouble yet. What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? I lied. You gotta bring yourself to own up to what you had done. I heard scary noises, so I came down here. Their surprise gave way to concern. Honey, Mom took you by the hand and led you up the stairs. Woof, your hand is cold. Why didn't you come over to us? I was supposed to be in bed. Pascal, you won't ever be in trouble for coming to us when you're frightened. We would rather you come to us and try to solve things all by yourself. Well, I tried to solve everything by myself. Exactly, like, oh, her phrase made you feel bad. Because that's exactly what I tried to do. The nervousness ate at you as you were tucked into bed. Your arms assured you that your flesh in an instant on delving under the covers was part of your fear. It spoke to you softly until you calmed down enough to peep up from underneath your sheets. Once your moms had left, you turned over the night's adventure in your mind. It was so hard to believe you had actually done it. It was harder to still believe that you had gotten away with it. Even now, you would half expect to be caught somehow. Perhaps you left the door ajar, or trailed sand where they'd already swept up. You wondered how Cole's dad had handled his return. Cole hadn't been at all scared about his dad's reaction. Wriggling down deeper underneath the sheets, your thoughts turned to what the noise could have been. Nothing had been solved that night. But that wasn't so bad. There were a lot of mysteries in this world. Your thoughts morphed into dreams, carrying you more and more outlandish visions of what might lay behind the strange sounds. The next morning proceeded most like usual, though your mom seemed to be given extra consideration since finding you last night. You later learned Cove didn't end up in trouble for the nightly escapade either. It was unclear whether that was because Dad chose not to punish him, or if Cove got away with it. It was amazing to you that it all worked out for you both. As for the sounds that started it all, the adults around were convinced that it was not more than the wind. For your imaginative mind, that wasn't nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple so easily? Maybe it'd make more sense once you were growing up too. We never found out. I kind of feel like that it was a swing set, but I guess we'll never know until we come back to this. Last one, and then the summer will end, and then we can see what step 2 brings for us. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library had a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she would win prizes. I think I do remember this one though. I think we do meet someone else new. I think Derek is in this one. One of the alternative love interests we could romance with the DLC, which I do have. When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie, you loved it. Each time had been one of the highlights of your summer. As a small child, I've always been someone who liked to read. Getting to hang out with Lizzie and Charlotte and learn new stuff was a lot of fun, even if Lizzie was super intense about it. You and Lizzie went with Charlotte before, and this year you brought Cove too. His dad had been over the moon about Clove being included, that he had driven all four of you. You had never been in Clove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that had a stingray on it. Have fun, kids. Stay on the side of the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you all in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work. Though, I'm sure I won't get in the way. I'm sure that won't get in the way, yeah. Heck, I probably hold you kids back. There's plainly no reply from his son over what was likely meant only as a joke. Cole's dad seems to deflate a bit. Poor Cole's dad. I feel bad for Cole's dad. He has a child that does not give any response. Oh, I feel bad. I'll swing around again when this shindig ends. Yeah, you can go home now. Go down. Oh, you don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister already in full competition won't cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful she was there. We have to find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after when we win. Okay. See you in about an hour. Have fun. That's it already? My advanced age is really catching up with me now. Bye, Dad. Bye, son. Oh, Mr. Holden. I feel bad for Mr. Holden. The four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove. Wait. The four of you watched him shuffle out the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once. More than once, yeah. Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came here. What? At the first signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes dotted between Lizzie and Cove. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them. Then his eyes met yours. I mean, I would probably want to do the quiz, but we've done the quiz all the time, you know? I like going around the library. I like just looking at the books and seeing things like that. I didn't read the option. Cole's idea is more fun. Seriously? Cove looked surprised but happy at the same time. He knew this was one of the things you like doing with your family, but you chosen time with him anyway. Fine, let's go, Shiloh. Okay. Arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. That's just how Lizzie is. I don't like it. Since you've been here a lot before, we can play hide and seek. Hide and seek? Not exploring? Yep. If I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we really have to look at everything. You weren't entirely sure of how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll hide first. Decision made, Cove took off to the back of the library. You'd already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over toward the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was next to a Peter Pan poster, beside the fairy tale display, behind the solar system model. He might be behind a poster. Well, I kind of want to look at the fairy tale display though. Near the older kids section, there was a display with a bunch of fancy looking books. They were all copies of old stories. Leaning over the Hans Christian Andersen section, hand resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books were, you peered into a tiny corner. I've never read any like fairy tale books before, but I've watched Thumbelina. I've never watched The Little Mermaid. I have to watch it. I know it's a classic, and I feel bad for not watching it. I need to watch it soon. But Thumbelina, I like the movie. I think was it a Disney movie or was it a DreamWorks movie? And there was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, I found him so quickly. Gotcha. Ah, I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Nice one. I'm like a bloodhound. Cove laughed as a smile overtook his face. You kind of are. Cute. I'm like a bloodhound. uh, your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes right. While Cove had his eyes securely behind the palms of his hands, you went to go hide by the fire wetness station, by the stuffed animals under the giant piece of fruit, by the outlaw poster in the fantasy section near the toddler books. Well, I like fantasy, so I'm gonna go in this section. You decided to hide from Cove in the fantasy section. You never really mentioned being interested in fantasy, so you had a pretty good odds of hiding there for a while. If you hadn't paid attention to it or read it much, you might just glance over it. And you were right. Sort of. He left you waiting for a while, long enough that you eventually pushed yourself to your feet to stretch your legs. You wandered around, but Cole wasn't even trying. Over the edge of a shelf, you saw him standing and staring at a bunch of books. Do you want to stop playing or something? Cole froze in place. Ah! Sorry, I was gonna come and find you soon. That's alright. What's, You gestured at the shelf full of books, and the one in his hand that had clearly been taking up all of his attention. Oh, Narnia! Oh! They're the Narnia series. They had talking animals and a magic land and intense fights. I've heard about Narnia, but I've never read it. I probably should. I know it's a classic. And my mom used to read them with me. Oh. Oh. Her favorite one was Susan. You weren't sure what to do. You weren't sure what he would do. His mom was always a sensitive topic. We tucked the book back on the shelf and that was all. It was nice memories that made him happy instead of sad this time. Aw. It's my turn again. Start counting so I can pick a spot. Okay. Cove dotted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Here or not, here I come. When the time was up, he was long gone. Again. There was still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was. And all the old Christmas stuff next to the kid detective poster behind the Willy Wonka statues. What would Cove like? I don't even know. All the old Christmas stuff next to the kid detective posters behind the Willy Wonka statues. He might like the statues. I was right. Will I be right no matter what I choose? Let me see. Let's go back. Okay, so I didn't. Okay, never mind. So he's not there. So I am guessing the right answers. Good, that's nice. He must be next to all the Willy Wonka statues, you thought, and you're right. Okay, so I was like, I'm just gonna let him be whoever I choose, but no, I'm actually choosing the right answers. Wow, I'm so good at this. Cole was standing there looking at them. You must have missed him in the crowd at first sight. But him really hadn't at all. Oh, hey. These are creepy. These statues are made of brass, Liza had told you once. Apparently, they were all the kids that had gone to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Charlie Bucket, Augustus Gloop, Verica Salt. I remember Charlie and Verica, but not Augustus. I watched like one movie. It was an old movie. It was an old version of Willy Wonka, not the new one. I want to say the new one that came out. People said they liked it, I think. But an old one with like the classic one. I don't remember who plays it. Let me see if I can pull up the actor. Willy Wonka. Yeah, the one made in 1971, who was played by Gene Wilder. Yeah, I think I watched that one, the old version. I was gonna hide here, but they're too weird. Let's keep playing. I need to do good at least one round. He put his hands over his eyes, but before you can run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked through his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Is Cove blinked, mouth open like he was gonna say something, then glanced down at his Pink's cast. It was a clear giveaway. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're Pascal, right? You nodded. Phew, I found the both of you at once. That's right, she's with him. Little guy with freckles. Come on, let's get you reunited so we can close up for the night. Ready to go home, you and Cole followed up front. I just realized I gave the librarian a British accent, like the librarian from Mamma Mia. Maybe it's the well, no, the librarians don't seem like that in Mamma Mia. They don't seem like they had human lives, but I'm just gonna pretend that before she became a librarian, she was a human librarian in Hawaii. I think it's Hawaii, right? This is the librarian's past life. Ready to go home, you and Cole followed up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Charlotte were all waiting. There you are! She was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Hey, gang. I thought you would have been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm just glad you didn't go off by yourself, at least. Cove glanced over at you, then back up at his dad. Me too. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face. Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving! He's trying to be the first one in the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in Victor to be mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretend the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious and claimed a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she had not forgiven your betrayal. Cole hadn't been happy that she shot past him, and at the last second, that he'd had to sit in the middle between you and Shiloh. Did you say you came in second place? That's good going. No, it's not. She let another glare at you over the shoulder. Ah, sure. Striving to improve is good too. That makes Pascal the winner in your family. That's me. What? Pascal kept fighting me in our game. I lost. I could have done better if we had more time. Hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning. Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You added to see that she fought so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either. Dad? Yes? You could see Cole's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him. Right. The big thing on the flyer for this was the chance to get a free pizza coupon, right? How would I call up that takeout place and have a free pizza have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, puffing her arms closer to her chest. Is Mommy gonna let you take a pizza from Mr. Holden? We'll see. I'll ask her. I'll talk to all your moms about this. Thanks, Cole's dad. Thank you, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. But you really should have stuck with the group. The cove would have been fun. The cove would have been fun. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you get into, even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I worry about you, and I bet Pascal's parents wouldn't want him to run off unexpectedly either. Okay, son? Okay. Oh, that's my boy. Now, enough grub from your old dad. Let's decide what toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni! Sounds good. Anything else? Excuse me. I want pineapple. Pineapple is the best pizza topping, in my opinion. As the conversation continued from there, what debates on what was best to put on the pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies? No! Why would you put that on a pizza? Ew! And the other three kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cole's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. Still, the promise of pizza was appealing, even if it did have to come with a mandatory side order of Cove. I'm so like, even if it did have to come with a mandatory side order of Cove. Oh my gosh, this interesting MC is so funny. It was a shame that you hadn't been able to do the quiz, but skipping it for just 1 year didn't hurt. It was worth it. It's so funny how I'm doing stuff to be nice to Cove, but then my narration's like, even though I didn't want Cove to come to picnic, it was still fine. Even though I'm the one who chose to spend all the time with him. Okay, well that's it. Then summer ended. Yes, I am sure. Let's see how this goes. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms and Lizzie as the four of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You liked to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. Oh, that's a cute thought. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had musicians of the shopping district now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's go out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? 'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks. Oh, how does real magic look? Oh, Lizzie, dear. There's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mom a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. Well, we just can't sit here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. Practically see school on the horizon. You certainly don't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You do that any other day. Please, can we stay out a little longer? Mom looked down at you with a sigh, and you clapped your hands together to give your plea some extra appeal. We'll help with dinner tomorrow. You immediately nodded in agreement with the very clever offer, shifting closer to Lizzie since your parents can't possibly resist the power of two of you combined. Since I have homework and reading to do, we can't do work now, too. Lizzie made a case and stomped her foot on the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Cute. Well, Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mama leaned in for a hug, and you knew that we were very close to victory. All right. But as soon as it is ready, you lot are the come inside. Understand? Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet, tie in some trinkets. Oh, or maybe the playground. Or the fireflies will probably be coming out, right? Hmm. You suddenly made your own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you gonna do? A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself. Doesn't the wind know that summer is not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this was over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. You stayed outside. You watched Lizzie run off, twisting your lips as you considered what to do. In the end, the pretty sky and the soothing sound of waves won out. You strayed off the path, grinning as the fields sand quickly filling the empty space in your flip-flops. That was fun for a while, but you grew bored of it eventually. What else could what else could you enjoy the remainder of your time? What else could you enjoy the remainder of time of, wait. What else could you enjoy the remainder of your time at the beach? Oh, how else? Okay, I was like, I'm confused. How else could you enjoy the remainder of your time at the beach? Look for seashells. That's what I always do. You walked to the shoreline, peering at any debris that washed up. Most of it was just seaweed, rocks, and trash, so now and then you spot a seashell. You picked up the ones that stood out to you until you had a nice little collection. It was a great evening, but soon enough you had your fill and were ready to join the rest of your family back home. Not too much farther down, you spotted a familiar green head of hair moseying along the shore. You went to see what Cove was up to. Curious, you straight off your path and walked over to him. Cove knelt down, picking up some you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it into the water. You were impressed by how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. It was a good toss, that was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell back down, almost right after you tossed it. You were impressed over how far he had gone to go. Oh. What are you doing? Cole jumped a little and you let out a giggle. Sorry. Oh, this like, what you doing? From Phineas and Ferb. Isabella, she would always say that. Pop up and say, what you doing? That's me right now. What are you doing out here? I asked first. Cole frowned, turning back to the waves. I'm not doing anything, just thinking. Did I hear correctly that there was supposed to be a Phineas and Ferb reboot? Let me look it up. Reboot? Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Me Too was one of my most favorite shows, and yeah, they're having a reboot coming out. So I wonder how that's gonna be. Cole was looking down at the cast, scratching an eyelid at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure you couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face. Yeah, I think I saw the reboot announced on Twitter or YouTube, like a YouTube community tab, something like that. I just looked it up and it said it's true. So I think the same people are returning for their voices, but I'm not sure. Um, it's not fair. I had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When did you get it off? How did you get it? When did you get it off? Cole shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second, he thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. That's not very long at all. That is a little while away. He didn't think a few weeks was that bad. I mean, if he had just gotten his arm broken, it wouldn't be that bad. But it's been broken for, I guess, quite a bit. Like the whole summer. That is a while away. You hoped the upcoming weeks flew by for Cove. It was clear how badly he wanted it off. Cove let out a huff, plopping down on the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden change in topic. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would, but I want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. So why don't you want to go? It's nice as far as schools go. You only ever been to one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cole shook his head and wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet. I know, baby, I know. You weren't sure what to do. It felt weird to just leave him here crying, but you could. But what could you say that would help? You found a little thought in the stand. Okay, well, bye then. Okay. Would I still be doing the same thing if I wasn't disinterested? If I was fond, would I stay here and try to comfort him? I don't like the fact that I just get up and leave abruptly like that. Cole gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Oh, okay. I misunderstood the home he was talking about. Right. Cole wanted to go back to his old home, the one that sat waiting someplace far from here, the one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel it any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Okay. I thought I was really about to say, okay, well, you have fun sulking. I'm about to leave. Like, that is kind of mean. That's so mean. Do you hate it here? Cole's brow furrowed some more. Then he shook his head. You're not gonna leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? For a second, Cole gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. Aww. I'd love that. You will find with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that will be fun. Cole smiled and looked back into the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I feel better then. It used to make me angry. I don't want to get used to everything, get used to everything. He sped a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of some almost puzzled. But maybe that will be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. Tivy sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. Lost in thought, you started a bit. You started a bit when you heard faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Had you guys really been sent out here that long? You stood and dusted the sand off to yourself. My mom's calling, so it's time for dinner. You should come. Cole looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, and ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cole returned with one of his own. We're becoming friends. We're becoming friends. I love it. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You two were being called forward. So both of you right off towards your home, leaving the waves and summer behind. Ooh, pretty. In between. Huh? Oh yeah, so you have to choose. Maybe I should choose this in the next stream. Maybe I should start the next stream off with this. Yeah, it's like 4 hours exactly right now. So yeah, I think we should probably stop right here and then we'll continue. Wait, can I save? Yeah, I can save right here. Good. So we'll come back to customizing how we feel and look for um the next step. So yeah, that was fun. I'm glad we was able to finish all the streams. I think this is like the longest, second longest stream. Like, let me see. I think the longest stream was the Limery's Blue stream, the last episode. Yeah, that was 4 hours and 13 minutes. So it's almost as long as that. Wow. So yeah, um, Sunday we'll be playing the Forest of Drizzling Rain, and then Monday it is time for my debut, which I'm happy about. Yeah, it was long. It was long, and it's like late for me. It's like 11 o'clock. It's almost midnight. So yeah, but I enjoyed having to read. But hopefully my voice won't be hoarse tomorrow because I have to sing. But yeah, I'm excited. My music video's coming tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Monday. Music video, my debut. So I can't wait to show all y'all. And then I'll see how the schedule will be next week. So yeah, I want to thank all y'all very kind for coming. Thank you, Gabriella, for staying like 4 hours with me with this. And yeah, I'll see y'all later. Have a good night. Did I save? Let me make sure I saved. Yes, I did save.